Labrīt, labrīt, dāmas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Tere hommikust, labas rītas. Es no sirds sveicu jūs ikgadējā Latvijas valsts.
I welcome you to the conference. This is 9th of April. It is 10 in the morning, 10 a.m., and this is the first day of the conference. My name is Juris Steinbergs, and I am honored to be the regulator of the traffic, so to say, in the conference. And information for everyone who is connected. You have your devices somewhere, and this is being broadcasted both on the Facebook profile of Latvia State Roads and also on LETA webpage. And those who would like to join but do not speak in Latvian, they are welcome to do so. They can do so online because there's English interpretation over the course of both days, and it is being broadcasted once again both on Facebook profile and also LVC homepage.
Not speak Latvian. I warmly welcome you to the annual conference of Latvian State Roads, and both days, today and tomorrow, the conference will be broadcasted also in English on the website of Latvian State Roads and also in the profile of Latvian State Roads on Facebook. So welcome, please join us and spread the message among your friends, and there will be unique possibilities to ask questions directly on air, both today and tomorrow too. Ko tad mēs darīsim?
So, what are we going to do? Briefly, I will tell you what we're going to do during the 2 days. The first day of the conference usually is traditionally devoted to road safety, various aspects. Today we're going to talk about we're going to have a beautiful discussion on what to do or what may be done to reduce the amount of accidents, number of accidents with fatalities. Then there are going to be very interesting presentations on this topic, and also today and tomorrow, as it traditionally already is, there's going to be a free microphone, an opportunity, open microphone. You will be able to ask questions absolutely freely to key people of LVC, Mārtiņš Lazdovskis, Chairman, Construction Department Director Gints, Klaus Grieze, Management and Maintenance Department, Road Management and Maintenance Department Director Juris Derevianko, and Traffic Organization Department Deputy Director Ivars Moros are going to be those who can answer your questions, and you then can ask them by calling us to the improvised studio. By the way, we are in Jūrmala today in Hotel Lielupe, and the telephone number is 25499-533. Sorry, 25499-533. And if you then also open up the platform Slido, if you log into that, there's a QR code on the screen. And you can access the Slido, where you can ask the questions to the speakers of our conference. And most probably, if you are watching this on Facebook, you can in the comments also ask your questions. And the calling on the phone, and this is going to be when there's specifically devoted time to that. That is from 2:15 to approximately 3:15 in the afternoon, an hour. And tomorrow we will start open microphone at 11:30, and until 12:30 we'll be able to ask these questions. But you can also, in the meantime, send your questions online, and it would be even fantastic if you could indicate to whom you're specifically asking. Now, in presence here is, I would say, the full hall, the full room. We have the full audience. And if a couple of minutes are left after the presentation, after each of the presentation, we can also ask questions. But then it will be like in school. You'll have to raise your hand, and if you do, then we could call you, and then you have to speak in the microphone. If you don't speak in the microphone, though, those online will not be able to hear you. That is a technical, very important detail, nevertheless. So now, dear friends, this is all about the technical information. We are beginning the conference, and I would like to invite you to look at the screen. We're going to now the Minister of Transportation, Atis Švinka of the Republic of Latvia. Dear audience in the conference, engineers, designers of roads, I am honored to welcome you. I'm sorry not to be in presence with you. Roads is one of my priorities and one of the most important elements also in our field. We know that the roads are important for people. Everybody wishes to have transportation, to have connection to the places where they live, and to also participate in the economy. We know also that current times are very challenging with funding. Funding of road infrastructure has been a difficult question, but I believe that this is going to be my priority, nevertheless, for the roads to have funding, and that is ensured. Additionally, I would like to say that it is important to talk to the people, talk to the governments, and we need to understand that funding for road infrastructure needs to be stable, and it is important. Road traffic safety, also another important topic, and we know that the quality of roads, the design solutions are significant for insurance of road traffic safety. Also, the speed cameras and road traffic safety in general and culture on the roads are the matters that are significant to discuss. Now, to each builder of the roads, to Latvia state roads also, I would like to say that it is regardless of what kind of road is being constructed or cared for, this is the maintenance work and work that is expected by our society, and once again, very important. Now, I wish you professional discussions, fruitful discussions. This conference is absolutely necessary for the exchange of thoughts, to discuss professional solutions so that we can talk about how to develop the Latvian road infrastructure all together. Thank you, and I wish you interesting discussions. Thank you, Mr. Minister. As I said, this first day is more devoted to road traffic safety. The second day is about technical solutions, innovations, new principles in road construction, planning, and other fields. But in order for all of that to launch, we need the welcome address with the presentation where we may look at status quo as at now and plans for 2025. Now, I invite to the microphone Chairman of the Board, Mārtiņš Lazdovskis of Latvia State Roads. Good morning, dear colleagues, professionals of roads, our viewers and users of roads, the receivers, the final receivers of our work, and clients. It is spring. It does look like winter though, but it is spring, and it is the time when we set our plans for the particular season. For road construction, we do look at certain challenges, and traditionally we do meet in the Conference of State Roads to meet colleagues and for us to have an opportunity to discuss, to exchange. And I'm especially happy that this year, together with us is also the closest, dearest colleagues of ours from Lithuania, from Estonia, from their road administrations, and also heads thereof of these administrations. So this is actually the first time like that, and I am definitely very happy and honored to address our colleagues Preet and Mārtiņš. Welcome together with your teams in Latvia State Roads Conference. And definitely the presentation today is going to highlight already several topics we're going to discuss today. That is about the road traffic safety and also development challenges. And tomorrow we're going to concentrate more on technologies, solutions, and innovations in this industry. And also traditionally, what do people expect? What do people expect from the head of Latvia State Roads and their presentation? This is exactly that. What we are doing, what we are going to concentrate on. Is it going to be more or less compared to previous years? I will then try to answer these questions. So what is the road conditions? What are the conditions of the roads? Currently, we do understand that the society expect a good quality of roads each kilometer where there's any transportation, anyone, even pedestrians, or there's bicycle traffic. But we need to look at primarily to those sections of the road which are priorities, which are main roads, regional roads. And here we see at the last 5 years, but retrospectively, if we look at starting from 2010, we could see the improvement even more rapid of the quality of roads, but thanks to primarily contribution of cohesion funds, regional funds, development fund, we have been successful in significant improvement of the quality of our roads, and that, I believe, is also seen by the users of the roads. And if we compare to the 90s, then we are currently driving on roads where there's asphalt mainly is very good or satisfactory. And so in our network is approximately 8% in bad condition. Currently roads. And I guess that we are also going to have good news for road users. We are planning to reduce this number 2 times. So thanks to this cooperation between all the stakeholders, we can mobilize, during a very short term, and we have been able to accumulate the funding that was available during COVID times. Also, we improved regional roads mainly from that, and it's also given that results. For regional roads, we currently see that in bad conditions, there are 20% of roads. And this is the comparison, both good, bad, and satisfactory. Once again, I will not speak in very much detail about these charts. But the local roads are a problem. It's a big problem, both because it is most of the roads. If we look at the numbers, so mainly local roads are 72% of the local roads are tarmac. And the situation here is not that, gravel roads, sorry, they are not that good, and half of those roads then are in either bad or really bad condition. Yes, with lower intensity, but it's still people traveling on those roads, and we need to maintain them in such condition that it is even possible to drive on those roads. And then colleagues will tell more about the priorities, where, in what sections of the road, why we are investing or not investing. It is important to set the priorities. And during the last years, we've worked a lot towards setting certain criteria, why we are investing, how we're investing. We are able to explain this to the society. We can set the priorities. In general, I must say, even also because of the priorities, and it is because of our strategy, administratively territorial reform, also within that, we have identified the road sections, and the priority sections then are approximately 34%, so 1/3 of the road network in the state. What it means practically? It means practically that we are planning our investment in 34% of the cases in the network, but in the rest, we are talking about some everyday, regular maintenance and capital investments. We cannot plan. I mean, we cannot afford to plan. Mr. Minister touched upon one aspect in his address that is very important too, is not only funding, but the stability of funding and the stability over the course of like long-term stability. If we look in this particular case, from 2016, we've had several spikes of funding. That was 16 to 18. That was a previous programming period for European Union funds, then 14-20, when we had the ERF and Cohesion Fund funding, and we did invest a lot in our road networks. We basically spent the funding 3 years quicker than it was possible to even realize the last project. And as we see, in 2019 already, after acquiring the funding, absorption, the funding that was like the last bump, then the funding was 20 million less. COVID funding, 20 to 2022, again, a rapid increase. We could actually take out everything from the drawers, so to say, realize all the construction designs and projects that we had prepared for 2020 that only showed that we need to be able to also have reserves with solutions, so that if the funding is available, we could operatively absorb that and invest in necessary infrastructure. COVID funding, upon its when it was over, when it ended, we again went to the lowest part. But now, thanks to having done projects ATR, we have recovery funds. But this is the last year when we are acquiring these projects. It is project realization has already been initiated, and we again are in this very lowest point. We need to acknowledge we're talking about the nominal numbers. In reality, we need to understand that the prices of construction with which we are working are not the same as they were, as we had maybe like prior to COVID. We need to be aware of that with the available funding, we probably can do 15, even to 20% less work. That all needs to also be accounted for. And yes, this chart shows us the challenges, but at the same time we need to understand that we need to see also what are the opportunities. And there are several. Mr. Minister mentioned also bridge in Salaspils that is also military mobility object. That is going to be a challenge for the future in the next 5 to 7 years. And that is why for us, as the road industry, and as we are responsible for the infrastructure, we need to actively work to be able to acquire military mobility funding for roads, and for 2026 and for 2027, these numbers to increase significantly. There are opportunities. We need to talk about them and that, and we need to once again acknowledge that infrastructure is very important once again for if in case some potential crisis arises. And so that is why the challenge for today, right now, is to maintain the level we have been able to achieve, which means, what would it mean? It would mean that most of the funding we would need to direct towards maintenance of the investment we did invest in from and within the previous periods of funding from the European Union, which means renewal of roads, and less so reconstruction projects. Yes, and I hope that this is going to be one of the topics for today's conference to talk about among professionals. And yes, indeed, it means we will have to think about cheaper, more rational how we can build more sustainable roads or maintain sustainability of roads. And where most of you would say it needs reconstruction or there's no other way, but actually in those areas, in those instances, we as suppliers, as the clients, we would need to take risk maybe, but actually renew the roads, not reconstruct them. These are the choices expected from us by the society. So for example, regional roads. Regional roads currently, as for specialists in road traffic and road infrastructure, is going to have to face most of the challenges. Here you see only those sections of the roads that correspond to the priorities that we have set. These roads need to reconstruct. That is, from technical point of view, what the condition is where the renewal, restoration of the road is not possible anymore. But we cannot afford to realize these projects. That is why maybe we'll have to make decisions for the prepared projects to be frozen, and we may have to then move on with the restoration projects just to ensure the mobility. For example, P9, Limbaži-Ragana, this section. P30, Madona-Cēsis, 126, Valgala-Roja. Well, they cannot remain in such, well, like that, these roads, as it is necessary for significant mobility in the regions. These are roads where not hundreds, but thousands of vehicles do move on and drive on each day. Road traffic safety. Road traffic safety is constantly at the forefront of our attention, in the focus. And yes, last year has been the best road regarding the safety indicators, even though I must admit we have had several very bad cases and bad periods of time where there were several accidents. We all remember in summer the situation on Liepāja Road, Highway A9, and that has made it a topical in the society, the topic of road traffic safety on the road, which is intense, which is busy. And here we have highlighted these sections of the roads where I must say no other rational solution is possible but building 4-lane roads with separated directions. We're talking about first 11 kilometers of the bypass Ķekava with 120 km/h limit and only 2 level crossings. Klaus Grieze is going to then talk about and in more detail these matters. We need to think about what kind of funding we do attract, how we realize Ķekava bypass was already mentioned. Bauska bypass is another one as public-private partnership, which then is followed by the solutions regarding Riga bypass and is most critical in terms of the how busy the road is. Yes, Riga bypass is very related to Rail Baltica solutions. And if we are late with the realization of the project, then we are also being late. But Balthazar's regarding, I think, well, maybe sooner than later, we will definitely have to solve anyways. And what are we going to do? This year we're going to work in such a way that we would like to achieve more. The total, we have 182 million euros available. Most of that is from state budget. Approximately 40 million we have the remaining from ATR or recovery fund. And also the Salzgieva bridge, as mentioned, the first 10 million we are investing also from the military mobility. In total, 608 kilometers of roads where we are going to work, primarily in regional local roads. We're going to continue to invest in those sections of the road that ensure the centers of parishes, connection between the parishes centers. So from these centers to municipality centers, we are heading towards realization of that plan. And our biggest projects we are working on then is the sections of the road. Juris would not allow me to lie. Also for you, maybe we've had people calling, asking about Daugavpils road. I think I'm so proud of having the funding available. We could reconstruct the road. Daugavpils-Līksna is where we're going to work this year, and I hope that in autumn already most of this project is going to be realized.
Second big part will be the road from Grunzau to Apas crossroads, also quite long distance. And last, the really bad quality one on the Vidzem highway. And in the regional road network, I particularly want to mention the reconstruction of Balvi Road. We will do the not on just the road, but also the pedestrian and cyclist pathway. That's my initial input for the conference. I mentioned the topics that will be covered by my colleagues, by experts, what we will discuss. And for this bread for the road and for the further cooperation, the credo of our enterprise is life is a road, life is a highway, symbolizing the mobility of the society and the movement towards development. But if the rest of the society, the road is a highway, life is a highway, for us, a highway is our life. A road is our life. That means only that we are getting up in the morning and going to bed with a thought about the roads, about how to increase the mobility, how to make the roads more safe for everyone, and how to increase the mobility of our citizens within our country. I'm quite sure that the industry of the roads, putting together their minds and voices, will be able to stand for the needs of the road industry and priorities, and together cooperating, supporting each other, will be able to realize those challenges and projects that are necessary not only for us, they are necessary for the society of Latvia to provide a respective mobility according to the needs of the 21st century. I wish you a successful day of the conference. Be active in the discussions. And, of course, we expect your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lazdovskis. So, the conference is officially opened, and Mr. Lazdovskis will be present both days. You'll be able to catch him individually for a chat, and also he'll be here on our sofas, and we will throw a lot of questions against him. Some time ago in our program Best Taboo, we had a questionnaire. What are the main factors of insecurity on the road? And there were 3 options to respond. There were a lot of drink and drive, that people are aggressive in general, and third one was the culture of the driving is wrong. So we were discussing among ourselves that this wrong driving culture includes both previous points. And now we will have a presentation, highly interesting in my opinion, with a very intriguing name. Egocentrism of the drivers, the possibilities to mitigate it, and we will hear the expert from Latvian University, Mr. Ivars Austers. Mr. Austers, please. We are looking forward with high interest about the research you are delivering to us. Yes, there is some research indeed. In my story, I will give you some historical background, not a large one, but still. What we were interested in is whether or not the drivers have some consciousness or not. Yes, there are some bits of the consciousness. They have learned which pedal to push, how to stop the car, and how to turn the wheel. Some coordination on the road is still possible. So we cannot say that there is no consciousness at all, but we are all aware. When I'm saying us, I include myself as well. Not to think I exclude myself. You know that we in university are different, better. We are highly conscious, and you are not. And smarter than everyone else. No, we are the same. In a way, it's research about ourselves. We do participate ourselves in that. And as I mentioned before, partially yes and no. This no was more of an interest for us. And what we are aware of from psychology, from perception psychology, from the cognitive function of the human beings, we are not so equally distributed. We can be very conscious when we are calm, when we are not under the power of our emotions, and then emotions come, and our process of thinking is completely different, and we sort of not recognize the person before, the other person who was involved in a different way in some event. Here's an example. One gentleman has went to Rimi supermarket. How does he see the situation? You see, it's his house where he lives. To go to his house, He needs to cross the railway. He knows how to do it slowly, consciously. Look what to the one side, to the other side. If the train comes, to wait a little, let the train pass. Everything is all right. There is a big target to go home. I need to cross a small obstacle. I know how to do that. How it happens in the real life. He sees, oh, his friend, and that friend of his buddy, and this buddy becomes his big target. He forgets about everything. He just goes to meet the buddy. I think that illustrates us as the drivers quite a lot. Mostly we are conscious about how to drive. We know how to plan. We know how to interact with others. And then at some point, the most critical ones, where potentially some traffic accident can happen with not so little consequences, but sometimes with those as well, we sort of turn in completely different human beings. Or another metaphor is on a human being. We think that the reality is exactly the way we physically see it. It's a naive realism. If we see a red apple, we believe that apple is red. Well, it is red. That's our perception. But in fact, if you know remember a little bit about physics from your high school, then actually the story is that one particular frequency of the light waves is refracted, another are absorbed. But that's not the way in our process of thinking when we look at a red apple. And those ideas we looked slightly deeper in, and one of the naive realism is egocentrism, which is the central topic of our wider topic. What does egocentrism means? We are objective, and if someone else is perceiving things different way, think, analyze, pay attention, make conclusions, then something wrong with that other person. As Juris mentioned, the drink and drive. No, he's a representative of different culture. Let's put it this way, like alien in a bad sense. So if we drive our car, there are significant issues from several points. First, if we get in the situation where we do something wrong, where we make some mistake, it happens with everyone. But what do we learn from that? And if we believe that the reason for our mistake, it was the situation, is the situation, bad road, bad infrastructure, you know it better than I do, all those excuses, then we don't learn anything. But if we think, okay, but maybe something wrong with the decisions I make, how I was moving my arms and legs when I was driving my car, then potentially I can learn something. And in a wider meaning, in psychology and cognitive sciences, it's a well-known phenomena that interpretation about how our process of thinking is different than what other people think about us in the given situation. So our hypothesis was that people in a different level have this egocentrical tendency, and those who have it less explicit, that they are who are more perceptive, can better perceive the other ways of thinking. They are better problem solvers on the road traffic. So what is this road traffic situation? We have to coordinate our interaction with others. And that's the least explicit egocentrism is helpful for us. Before I do something, I think how the others will perceive it. And maybe I should better step back a little bit, and that will help me avoid problems. So we started with this hypothesis, and we started with typical practice of social sciences, how it could be expressed in the daily practice of the drivers. We started with a big bunch of questions and came towards this egocentrism. So there are two blocks of questions. One is cautiousness, how carefulness, cautiousness, how ready I am to accept other people's mistakes. And then there is a second group of questions, which is even more related with egocentrism, is a change of perspective. If I'm a pedestrian, I think, how would they act? If I see a cyclist, I think, how would they act? And meeting the motorcyclist, I think, how would they act? And how would other traffic participants act in a given situation? Is there any reason in that? There are two factors. It's carefulness. It's a readiness of the driver for dangerous situations. But now, if those who are more careful, do they do less infringements against the traffic rules? Here are the main results. I will not torture you with this spreadsheet. Main conclusions. More is better, both the carefulness and more the change of perspective. Those who have both these qualities, they do less serious infringements against the traffic rules. More they drive in a way that helps others to drive, to move efficiently. That's also very helpful. What else? We had several parts in this research and sub-researches. Those people who have these qualities, they less drive aggressively and they drive more caring about others. So it's a positive social impact of those drivers. And the third research we had about this, those who drive with better technical skills, we didn't check it in a controlled situation. I don't know. Let's say we put the driving expert near at the side of those research participants, but there is a certain scale to describe their actions in different situations. And they often, those who have those better technical skills, they have their better security skills developed. So far, so good. But the question is, can we do something about it? Because we all know that young people in average have worse driving skills. So should we make them older in a faster manner? And women drive better than men, by the way. If we see the traffic accidents, then the question is how to achieve the fact that those who do more mistakes, how to improve, give them chance to improve. So we started a list of experiments. For instance, we asked, maybe some of you can help us too with that, to send in the video recorder of your driving with problematic situations that has happened on the road, with potentially accident situations. Quite a lot of people sent us in, and we anonymized those situations so we don't recognize the people. We took off all the number plates so everything is ethical and clean, and we made the group of events where there are no issues and where there are potentially some traffic accidents. We put it in virtual reality, and we were observing two things: how people are perceiving those situations? How do we perceive the same thing from what we got as a reason? So people see the situations differently. Some see very well these high-risk situations, but what to do that people think about those situations as a more dangerous ones? How to have an impact on their behavior so they diminish their given risks? And we made a series of the experiments. We change the point of perception. Here's one visual example. When we made a picture of the car from outside and inside, and we slightly, the person should consider which of the pictures is seen by the driver. And then there is a question. What if the perception changes? We were showing the videos from the driver's seat for first-person view with different potentially risk situations. This one is from Kuldīga, you probably recognize. We show it and we try to figure out how these situations will resolve. So after all, if we give the different perspectives, people increasingly see more risk, and people evaluate the accident possibility as higher. Okay, great, but can't we give this kind of pictures? Well, you cannot always give those three possibilities to each driver. We should have those some application, mobile app, before you pass this kind of test. But in general, what to do? And here is a question. We will consider it, but that's, of course, interaction with other institutions involved in a wide scope. This looks like a hopeful development direction. How to do the educational process here? We reviewed maybe there are some genetical factors of the person affecting this point of view. Of course, yes, but not in such a level that we could not train anything. We can use it for our future drivers. We can do informative campaigns around this information. Sometimes we do want to organize different campaigns, and those are my initial ideas for this presentation. And fundamentally, in a science, it's not important how exactly it will use. But later, somebody will figure out. And you know, when the Faraday in the 19th century was asked, they asked Mr. Faraday, how can you use this new thing you invented? And he said to the British Prime Minister, I don't know now, but you for sure will know how to tax it. And, you know, in a few years after this invention of Mr. Faraday, there was an electrical network developed. So we have worked upon this for 2.5 years. And a lot of people were part of this research, and we got the help of the financing of the Latvian science. Thank you very much for your attention.
Paldies profesoram Austeram. Jā.
Thank you, Professor Austers. And I think if there are any questions from the audience, maybe here in presence, then please raise your hands. I think that online, I do not see a question addressed to Mr. Austers, but for me, I'm actually curious. I would like to ask this one recommendation you mentioned, this campaigning, or through campaigns you could inform in certain way, the drivers of cars, please think how the situation is seen by other road users. I mean, pedestrians, even mice, I don't know, dogs and cats. But maybe something else. I mean, is there anything else that comes to mind? Meaning, it is already proven long time ago that emotionally intelligent people who can express empathy, understand how people feel, it's always more pleasant to communicate with these people because they are not assaulting you, I don't know, fighting you. Is in road traffic the same principle applicable? That's a matter that is really interesting from the viewpoint of science. When we started working on that, we thought maybe are our ideas, I mean, explanatory in a way that they are explaining this behavior, or what is the concept of empathy here? We compared, and so more sense for road traffic problem aspect explanation to our approach than to empathy. So empathy is fine, useful, but it's not quite the same. And for us, it is more like we have more like a cognitive view with emotion part also being involved. Maybe it makes more sense. So there's this road rage situation, in road rage situations, and how to reduce that. But I think that is a parallel topic, nevertheless, and I don't think it is related directly to our topic. But so, if I understand correctly, then after a year we can return to this topic, and most probably there's going to be some new conclusions and new ideas. Well, we have several more, and I think if you invite me, then I will then gladly tell you. Yes, of course. Please applaud if you are here and present or wherever you are, in cars, at home, in airplanes. It is an annual conference of Latvia State Roads. Next story is about the road traffic safety improvement projects in 2025 as viewed by Latvia State Roads, and the speaker here is Traffic Organization Department Gundars Kains, but we have one video actually before he starts. In order to improve road traffic safety, Jelgava Highway and local roads, crossroads in Sanu Municipality, between the villages this year, there's going to be a tunnel for transport for pedestrians and bicycles. 9,500 transport vehicles during the day is current intensity of the road, with the tendency to increase. Underneath the highway, there is planned a tunnel, and V1068 is going to be directed through that. The pedestrians and bicycles will have barriers separated, elevated path. We're planning to start work at the second part of this year. See, very nice, Mr. Kain, Traffic Organization Department Director of Latvia State Roads. Dear ladies and gentlemen, audience, the video is of course going to help my presentation because this is one of the objects I'm going to talk about. As Mr. Austers already said, it is important, our common interaction on the road, and for the road traffic to be safe and for all of us to reach our destinations, there are many factors. I will talk today more about one of these factors, but of course this human factor is so important. If we do analyze road traffic accidents, then the decisions that are made incorrectly is most of the reasons for that. Another factor is, which is more like our competency, is we're talking about the infrastructure. how forgiving it is in certain situations, how it is equipped, and how the drivers of cars can read the situations and infrastructure. Of course, the chairman already explained that it would be great if all the roads with high intensity could be rebuilt with two-level crossings, two lane roads, separated traffics, but we are not going to do that by tomorrow. I mean, what we can do and what we are doing, I will tell you. In this particular case, then, we once again have, and this is European Union with their structural funds that helped us, and we will be able to realize two programs of more than 100 million funding with co-funding from the state. One of these programs is, which we're going to be told about, I will tell you in more detail later.
They are related to two-level traffic crossings or the tunnels. Here will be the video. Whereas a second very important thing is also from the statistical point of view, we would divide from the main traffic current who drive on the allowed speed, and the second one on the Brancas tunnel are the more vulnerable traffic participants whom we have to rearrange for a particular infrastructure. Here on the slide you see it's either the pedestrian and cyclist pathway or the two-level crossing places. Of course, the security factors, as I initially said, are different. One of them would be those who are high-intensity road, that they have a good lighting. It's great that with our crossroads we decrease left turn on the road. It's good that on high-intensity roads there will be less connections, that on the road there would be less obstacles. And it's not just about the trees, but also certain constructions. And of course, it would be great if our colleagues who daily and intensely work on the road maintenance, they would have the routine for this maintenance. Of course, the financing is quite a big amount, but it's still insignificant for our traffic network. So we do have a high necessity to prioritize those projects. In the slide, you see those main topics of our focus. For sure, you can now read them aloud, read them. But what I want to draw attention to, we finished the EU directive prescribed methodology to evaluate the road security. We will soon inform the society about this, because we still need to do some work on the methodology, and that will certainly assist us in making more targeted planning. We also have to mention we regularly do the traffic security inspections that observe the certain segments of the road, and thus we identify the potential dangers for the traffic security. Here, I will tell you more about one of those two programs. One has started from this year till 2029. Maybe very brief, but about each segment separately. This one is right before the Čakava, last 600 meters before Čakava bypass road. It's well organized now, and there are last 600 meters which have to finish the cover of the road and to protect the more vulnerable traffic participants. At the end of the presentations, I will speak about this more because it's very, very important for the such locations with a very high intensity of traffic. Here, due to the video, I don't need to tell once more. This is second object. It's a Brancas tunnel. Then there is a A2 highway, which in respective weather conditions, we can increase the speed. Our informative signs are changing. But you know yourself, when you drive it there are two locations where there are pedestrian crossing with traffic lights, which is slowing down the whole traffic current, and it's a potential danger. We call them the blind spot or black spot number 1. It's Apšupes two-level crossing which connects Dobele and Tukums. We have tried their simple solutions how to coordinate the traffic in there and make this crossroad more safe. We haven't succeeded yet so far because next to there is a railway crossing of Apšupe. There also the visibility is diminished by forest. So we will have a two-level crossing. We will take from the main road the bus stops, which will increase the safety in this location. Now I will talk about the Baldonas circle. But it's between Baldona and Čakava, actually very important, because nearby is during the business development, there are a lot of logistic centers, a lot of pedestrian flow, high intensity of travel, also pedestrians, cyclists, everything is there, as all the Riga suburb is developing very quickly. So we will do the rotation circle and we will build the infrastructure for pedestrians and cyclists. This is the biggest, mightiest project in this. There are two-level crossing A8 highway to Jelgava, and also it will cross over railway. It's very significant for Olaina city, because if we have this railway crossing, if the railway crossing is closed, Olaina is inaccessible, and that's very, very important object for everyone. Also, because sometimes this railway crossing is closed and the cars stand on the main highway in the traffic jam, which is a significant threat for the security. Next one is Medzābaki. It's the very beginning of the Riga bypass road. Particularly in the summer, there's a lot of infrastructure. There is a railway station, seaside access. The radar there doesn't help a lot. We still need a particular solution as a tunnel. Next one is A2 road. It's our second pedestrian crossing over the main state highway. And all the traffic is very slow in the summer. Two roads, wide dividing line. We also put the sound isolating wall. And there are a lot of questions from the citizens how to cross this way in a safe manner. And so when we will build their two-level crossing will resolve a lot of issues same time. One more important object is Liepāja highway towards Tīreļa. It's close to Lielupe bridge, a lot of infrastructure around, U-turn location for the school bus. So the location is more or less with visibility, but statistics show the concentration of the traffic in that place is not very safe. Therefore, we will make the rotation circle. That was about a program related to the two-level crossing. Next program is regarding the vulnerable traffic participant security. Here we also develop particular methodology, how do we select those pedestrian cyclist roads, and methodology of the necessity of such special infrastructure. Latvian University helped us outsource to make this selection methodology, which you can read, and all those criteria we need. We are in a close cooperation with the municipalities who show the necessity for those. Also, they are co-financing us. We work on the smooth cohesion between us and the municipality and work as one mechanism. I go through the particular objects. Firstly, I have to say most of those objects are related to agglomeration, which are about 5-kilometer radius around the big regional cities. People are moving. They have the sleeping area. We see the satellite for the bigger cities. Most of these objects can be described by these criteria. So this is a big addition to the traffic security. And people often move along the roadside. It happens Cēsis, Jāņmuiža, Rēzekne Sondori, the same Rēzekne Jaunapole, Daugavpils Lociki, and Daugavpils Krauja, Ikšķile Ogre. Significant traffic intensity around Ikšķile and Ogre. More and more living locations. Ogre, Tīnūži, Ieceva Zorģi, Ozolnieki Dalbe. The high-intensity two-direction road plus the railway station Dobela Miltiņi. Nearby Jelgava is bicycle path is created towards Tušķi. It's quite quickly developing. Jelgavas suburb, Saldus Butnāni. And this one is the only exception because Ilģi has a social building. It has a retirement home. And the same is regarding Ventspils Cirpstene. The financing I already mentioned, but in general, you can see those two programs I introduced before. More than 100 million this year, 100.4.9 with the Euro EU co-funding. And more funding will be in 25. Something will repeat from those programs because they were already in the structure funds of Europe about Krustkalni. I will tell a little bit more in advance. Brankas you saw in a video with regard to Viesturciems pedestrian cyclist road I previously mentioned. Also Valmiera Mūrmuiža They are in our agenda. Jāņmuiža in Cēsis, we will build towards Loceki. The color coding below, you can see yellow is European structural funds. This green turquoise teal color is from the state funding. A year ago, we were preparing in Suntaži. There was a big crossroad, very unsafe. We rearranged the driving part and the bridges. Also in Langsteinu, we closed 2 U-turn places. We need one parallel road so Langsteini population can better get access to this road. A9 start, we call it Lapsas. It's towards large enterprise. It's narrow, lot of connections. We will work to arrange this. And one more is a bicycle path to Milskalna Tukums. Here we talk about the circle towards Milton, but unfortunately nearby there is petrol station, which is decreasing visibility. So we will restructure the lighting of this circle and down the side road. So nearby Riga, very important direction. It's a road towards Lietuva. It's an unsafe crossing for pedestrians. We will create a tunnel. We will start the construction works in 2026. We will finish it actually in 2026. One more picture about how we work on the medium average speed control. Very good results. We will have 17 more control points. Previously, we had a problem issues with the procurement. Now we have resolved it. And the very last map, quite a lot of colors. But if you see the legend, all these are the traffic infrastructure improvement projects. Somewhere it's a traffic light improvement. Somewhere it's for pedestrians and cyclists. Somewhere it's about the speed measurement infrastructure. Last year, statistic was quite pleasant for us to see. In the beginning of year, it wasn't that good anymore. So cooperating between the society with us, we can surely say that we can get safe travel both home or to work. Thank you so much for your attention. Maybe somebody wants to ask you a question. Looks like no raised hand. Thank you very much. So, dear friends, our next presentation is promising to be very, very exciting. It will be a story about quite interesting methods, how to... I need to smile when I read this aloud. It's some silliness. So it's peacefulness, making the traffic peaceful. I invite the head of the regional development of Sigulda city, Mr. Konrads, and we have a very nice video about Sigulda for a start. So the funny term was traffic consolation, if we translate it literally. In 2020, in Sigulda, we made a pilot project for the cyclist road with traffic signs and horizontal marking. The traffic participants informed that the cyclists have a priority on this road. According to the traffic rules and state standards, there are no other cyclist roads. So these signs are accommodated to the requests of the traffic security. The changes on the traffic on this road were made according to the experience of Netherlands about cyclist roads. Cyclists driving on this road have to do according to the traffic rules. The drivers have very narrow traffic lines, a smaller radius for the turns, so they drive with a speed 30 kilometers per hour. So the speed is between the cars and bicycles is more adjusted. So now we will hear more details about this project. Good morning. Yes, indeed. But there are two things in beginning. When I received this opportunity, I was expecting to come here for Jurmala with +10 or +15 with the sea air. So we have just +1 air temperature. And after this video, I want to say thank you and see you in Sigulda with your bicycle. But let's move on step by step. It all started at the moment when on the road we saw more and more cyclists who need more and more the space, pedestrians. They needed more space on the road, and we started to think how to all coordinate everybody peacefully on the same road. So main thing is to change the priorities, change the way of thinking, and think more about the cyclists and pedestrians. That's why there is a cyclist lines with 30 kilometers per hour. And the new generation are taking part with their ideas in this traffic organization, and we are implementing those ideas. And in Sigulda, we have one more traffic participant. Those are the electro scooters. And again, so we do have new challenges and tasks. But it all started in 2017 with a slogan, Siguldians are planning. It was thematic planning, where among the questions, where to make the green spots in the city, how to arrange parks, how to protect the cultural heritage. We also resolved the issues about the traffic infrastructure, how to adapt it maximally. The work was very wide. So Siguldians were taking part of the 30 meetings with inhabitants, and part of what we wanted to implement was the change of habits. Also coming today to the conference and considering the presentation, I also thought, do I really change the route correctly? And maybe on some places it was my mistake when making this route and just getting annoyed by my own wrong choices. So in 2017, the representatives in municipality confirmed this plan, which was followed up later, in 2019 actually. And the ideas that were included in the municipality traffic plan, they are used for the daily works. As one of the options provided is a sign, one road for all. We put it in the locations where there's no possibility in a short term to divide pedestrians and cyclists from the car drivers. It sort of takes attention that there are other participants of the traffic besides the cars. and it makes everybody be more attentive. But of course, when we don't look after those signs, there are no consequences. This is just a visual reminder to draw attention, to be attentive to each other, and be more understanding towards each other. One more work we performed, we developed these cross profiles, typical cross profiles for all the roads. There was a sample for if the Sigulda municipality is planning new road, then there is a ready made cross profile with measurements, with greenery, with what kind of trees, how wide should be the cyclist and pedestrian pathways, and what other elements to include. The biggest issue was that this can be used only when we build anew, or where we manage to resolve the property rights for the land, because it takes extra space. And where this construction density is high, you physically cannot achieve these measurements. But these guidelines are considered as much as possible in any reconstruction or new construction, and they are evaluated as a priority to see what kind of elements we can include to follow the plan we have made for ourselves. Here as well, we see that how we involve our youngsters. There was a competition of design ideas in a Sigulda educational institutions. As a result of the contest, the winner was a snail. And even though it wasn't implemented, this snail, because nearby the schools, we made another peacefulness solution. The snail, however, this snail transformed into a little person, which is put next to the pedestrian crossways. They are moving around. We cannot put these figurines next to each pedestrian crossing. Sometimes our citizens don't like those pedestrians, and they go to the throw them away. But then somebody finds them and brings them back. But in 2018, I also was quite a bit confused by these figurines. But now Sigulda inhabitants have got used to these new figurines. But they really draw attention when we come to the pedestrian crossing. The drivers remember to slow down and be more attentive. With this slide, I wouldn't like to spend much time, because we talk about these poles which have received too high popularity in a negative way. They are notoriously in poles, but where there is an impossible short-term solution without deconstructing the whole crossroads. Therefore, we use them for the consoling of the traffic. We use flower beds and everything else to make the drivers slow down. Of course, the general attitude towards those poles is neutral or more negative, but still it makes us decrease our speed and look around. This one is not from our bicycle road. There was a pedestrian crossroad. If the drivers could drive without slowing down, it would increase the risk for the pedestrians. And we always evaluate different types of these consoling solutions. And people get used to those. And if we want to change something, the discussion is not so much about why. So why do you keep changing? But we keep changing we are changing for finding the better solution, and we need to keep looking and analyzing how these solutions we are working. Sigulda region can be very happy because in the last years, Latvian state road have made a significant investments in Sigulda. The first one is a road from Sigulda to Tureida. They had to walk up and down the Gauja hill on the road, and also where there was a very narrow bridge over Gauja, and nobody used it. In this project, we found several solutions, and there is always an opportunity to find a staircase which is very healthy for your heart and your muscle groups, but they are not accessible for everyone. So this is a very good solution, not just in autumn, but in other seasons when Sigulda is visited by many tourists, both on foot and on bicycles. And so also it's a more bigger platform for sightseeing the objects, famous objects like Gutmaņu cave. Now we see that most of the problems we have during the bicycle tour around Sigulda, and there were traffic coordinators to be very slow in this area because cyclists drive with very high speed. But because that can be, actually the cyclists were more and more getting over the speed limits in the area. Next one is bridge over Gauja. It was worked in cooperation with municipality. So the construction was made considering that there is a lot of sightseeing details important. Then there is one more crossing of the railway coming to Sigulda from Riga side. There was a railway crossing that was where before wasn't provided a possibility to cross this railway bridge, neither for pedestrians nor for cyclists. In 2023 we started the reconstruction. Now from Laurenci you can get to Šokolāde, the Šokolāde Mall, trading mall. It was very good traffic lighting, a pedestrian road width. So from the security point, very valuable project. And for the future, it can increase the accessibility of nearby objects. This is a Velo Street, as it was mentioned and seen before in the video. Here are the better pictures because in video the road marking was fading out a bit. It requires investment. This is a pilot project, and this small part of the road what is necessary for the Sigulda municipality. We have to integrate in the general flow of the traffic. It's because now it's just one street in the city where cyclists have a first-hand. Then two parallel roads have the priority of the drivers, and they are not interfering with the cyclist road, but it's about changing habits. And recently, this middle marking of the road with these crossing lines, there are discussions that when it's very fresh, it gives extra vibration to your vehicle. That's one of the complaints we hear recently. But at the same time, we should proceed with this kind of roads in Sigulda, where in small cities we need the accessible bicycle infrastructure, particularly nearby schools, because school kids often come with the bicycles. It's good to see, but the infrastructure for cyclists needs development so the kids can go home safely. And what will really help to this road? Now, there we have a reconstruction of Austria and Raina Street crossing, and it's a circle in the middle of city where there will be a sample road crossing place, the sample crossroad, where all the aspects of the safety will be showcased. Balancing interests of the drivers, pedestrians, cyclists, and that will provide good resolution for peaceful coexistence. This is really a significant project, and we expect this input of this project. These solutions are made with our input as well, and we are really looking forward to get the fruits of this labor. And next one is Celebration Square and train station square. This object is nearby the train station square. It will be constructed in a way that it will be included in architectural solution, and when there will be big celebrations like a New Year, we can close the traffic. It will feel like something wide and not limited by strict boundaries. So for the society, it will give a great feeling during those celebrations. Those are the main things that we need to figure out the priorities, and we have to take in account new tendencies, the greenery, the recreation areas. It's important for Sigulda city and Sigulda parish, to showcase this to our visitors, to all the tourists coming to Sigulda, and also for our inhabitants. And talking about the recreation spaces and the transport, and this is a mobility project which we are preparing, and there is a nearby territory next to the market. There will be connected the mobility, the recreation, the parking lots, entertainment, and everything in the same space, where it's regulated with one-way traffic flow, and also leveling out the roads to keep them safe for all the participants. And what I would, as a call to action, please come to visit us, enjoy the bicycle road, and enjoy Sigulda in general. Thank you so much. I have one quick question to you. When you say the calming of traffic, you also have to smile. My child was asking, what is traffic, calming traffic? My child said, I know that people, calming of people. And the child said, maybe you should talk about the driver calming. I will remember this, that this traffic calming and the driver calming. Does everyone give a mic to a gentleman there in the room? Question to Sigulda, I believe. That's not really a question, but rather a comment. I am one of those calmers. I'm from Sigulda. And every day I'm being calmed by these tools. And regarding the change of attitude and habit change, we Siguldians, we have changed a lot, and it really, really works. We Siguldians drive slowly, we smile to each other. If you will speed in Sigulda, you won't feel good. We feel better when we are calmer on the road. It's so great to hear such a comment from a user side. Talking about the traffic calming, we will keep returning to this official now term. And that's my issue, that I still have this giggle when I hear it. And now, with a great pleasure, I give the floor to Norman Savotiņš, journalist and program anchor, who will moderate the discussion. A very important topic about traffic accidents with lethal outcomes in all 3 Baltic states, the tendencies, situation, conclusions, perspectives, and all related. Of course, we have participants from Lithuania and Estonia. So, Normans, please. Do you need a computer with my childhood photographs? Only the most pretty ones. Okay, you can scroll through them. All right, Normans will announce the participants of discussion. Thank you, thank you. All right, great. Honorable participants, viewers, we have calmed down the traffic thanks to the previous speakers, and now it's not a very pleasant topic. We talk about lethal traffic accidents, and statistics don't look so good. So not to carry this burden alone, there will be several participants in discussions. I will announce the participants. We will have our foreign guests, both present in person and online. First, Viktoras Lapinas from Lithuanian Infrastructure Support Department. Online, we have a participant, Maria Paškeviča, from Estonian Traffic Security Department. Maria, do you hear us? And to have a clearer focus and some fun, we invite in our discussion Pauls Timrods, very well-known director of traffic security program Zebra. I'm glad that in this discussion participates as Drošas braukšanas skola, the most skeptical participant, Edmunds Ozolnieks. He's a driving instructor. Everybody is choosing freely. Tāvalds Vecsterāns, the head of the Traffic Infrastructure Department of the Transport Ministry. Mr. Vecsterāns, welcome. And finally, Ainars Moros, Latvian State Road Planning Department head. That's our team of experts. Okay, let's start with the statistics. What can we say looking at our slides? It's all quite simple. The number of lethal accidents For 2023, we will start with the older history. We are still among Baltic states in the worst situation. There are 75 letalities. Behind us is only Bulgaria and Romania. Unfortunately, the statistics doesn't change. Lithuania is somewhere in the middle, and the best situation in 2023 was of Estonia, at least half of the number we have. And it's not just related with the number of population. If we look for 2024, here we go. Okay, Latvia has slightly improved its situation. Estonia, for some reason, the situation got a bit worse. And the best big numbers has Lithuania. It's for 42 for 1 million, even less than it was in Estonia a year before. And we can compare with these different graphs. Latvia is still in a worst case, and Lithuania and Estonia swap the places. So this task of this discussion is to clarify why is this so, where our neighbors have succeeded better than us, what we can improve, and it would be great if we would start with our Lithuanian colleague who would explain how did they achieve to increase statistics in such a short period of time.
Hello, everybody. Hello, colleagues. Well, I would like to start maybe not from 2024, but a small flashback. Decades or 2 decades ago, we had 1 decade ago, we had the double number in deaths. In Lithuania, it was more than 100 persons per 1 million. In 20 years ago, we had about 770 deaths on our roads. So the decrease is immense, and it shows kind of tendencies of structures, tendencies of behavior of drivers. It also shows maybe the main change in main killers on the roads. It means that 20 years ago we had no problem with driving and scrolling, and we didn't spend so much time in front of the wheel and looking from the window, but not in devices. But despite that fact, in terms of infrastructure, everybody of us, and you can see a big difference on the roads when you're crossing Baltic states. It's getting better. It's become more predictable. It's very worth for drivers to predict the conditions of driving. And as it was mentioned before, it is also fruits of what we have done during this year. For example, I just would like to mention a few figures. In 3 years, we improved more than 800 pedestrian crossings. We refurbished, improved lighting on the zebra crossing. We install safety island. We calm the traffic before zebra crossing. This is the result of what we have done in our state significant roads.
Paldies, thank you. Es tad pārjautāju.
Okay, thank you. Then I will ask once more. That would be a general question to everyone. Mr. Lapin mentioned that the improvement of the infrastructure have given this result.
Because many percentage of our job is designated for road safety, and bearing in mind that all the projects who go on the state significant roads go through road safety procedures. It's not only TNT network, but all, even regional roads. If we are going to construction or reconstruction, all this design is very detailed design are carefully revised by professionals, by expert groups, discussed with designers, and just after all these treatments, it goes to the life.
Bet jūs esat braucis arī pa mūsu ielu.
But you have also traveled on our roads and streets. So do you have any recommendations from your experience to improve the result? At least on this area, what you have observed on our roads?
As it was mentioned before by speakers, it's very worth point in infrastructure is to identify the exact places where we have troubles on the network and put our efforts firstly on that places to how you can treat and give a medicine if you don't know the problems on your network.
Tad noteikti identificēt vietas, kurās varētu.
So to identify the exact locations where to resolve problems. So, Mr. Moros, what is your comment on Lithuanian colleagues? I can only agree with my Lithuanian colleague. We also work on this direction. If we could show the data, we know what is the situation in Latvia with these accidents. We analyze those data, we are evaluating those data, and we have general knowledge what kind of accidents happen on the Latvian roads. As the main accident reason are the collisions on the road. Most of them affect the state roads. There are 33% of all the accidents with lethal outcome. This problem should be divided in two parts, because a collision is a frontal, which is most of them on our roads with letalities, with casualties. But also there are collisions on the crossroads. So we divide our work both with the crossroads to avoid those side collisions. And second, we work with the linear segments of the road. Okay. So it affects also the infrastructure. That already was heard, that the situation in Lithuania was very different, maybe even worse than it used to be in Latvia. But one thing is infrastructure, but another are the habits of the drivers, which is my belief is how the Tāls Timrods mentioned, how we do use the road, that people don't know how to use the road. Do we know how to use the road? That's exactly what our Lithuanian colleague mentioned, that we need to identify the problem locations. We also needed to identify the personalities who have the issues. We have people with issues in their head. Somebody who is driving 200 kilometers per hour on the narrow road with two-direction traffic flow. Edmunds Ozolnieks is closest to the training of drivers. I believe today Professor Austers demonstrated that egocentrical attitude on the road is dominating. And if we look on the reasons why these traffic accidents happen, what will happen? The person just feels the need to drive. He doesn't look around. Even the simple example, how many of the drivers turning in the crossroads, whether or not I'm disturbing the other driver or not. And that's where we come to the fact that what Pauls mentioned, he doesn't care about others. Everybody is very egocentric. How does he drive, but not how he can help other drivers to help. Yes, egocentrism is not just a sign of the drivers. It's the general issue of nowadays. So, Mr. Westerans, what would you say about these observations about infrastructure and personal attitude? Looking at those pictures, and as Victor's mentioned, we have these three number figures. We all were with such numbers in a very equal situation. But Estonians started earlier with very strict fines for the speeding. Now Estonians cannot work more with the average speed regulation, so they need to look for a different solution. So Lithuanians who have more than 200 average speed regulations, they overcome with this kind of regulation, but still they think about decreasing because somebody who would like to drive faster, the systems doesn't allow. And it will go to the others. In Latvia, we observed a decrease during the decade, just like in all the Europe. Also, we are on a worse end because average situation is improving, and that's exactly where we all together what we are can afford on our road. Do we allow ourselves to drive quicker? We know about these plus 10 kilometers, and what Pauls mentioned, we don't consider about others. We sort of want, we demand. So what is it, the difference, plus 10 kilometers? But the one who turns left from the smaller road, he cannot make an expectation. We cannot help that this one is driving quicker, faster. So everybody has to follow the rules, 19 kilometers, but I'm driving 110. And this completely different situation. And who is giving the way to this fast driver? So also the one who is driving as fast, he's also not visible at the right time for others. Sometimes we do too much with the standards, but as Lithuanian colleague mentioned, we are incurring the changes of the speed intervals. In Lithuania, you have to slow down 30 kilometers. We don't use this. We don't use this solution in Latvia, but we do not force drivers before the pedestrian crossing. And this general idea, I can drive a little faster. It's not significant. It's still very insignificant. We hit the pedestrians. We hit other cars. Well, the left turn out of the residential areas which just wouldn't be allowed. If we all try to remember the craziest accidents of the year, at least there were no statistics how relevant they are for their actual accidents. There was this, for instance, there was this accident. We really need to think about psychology because crazy things happen in those minds. They do really crazy things. Do we have a special fine if you drive with 200 kilometers per hour? You don't care about the fine. So we are putting more restrictions on those who drive as they should. And how can we achieve effect on those psychologically extreme situations? If you look on the Liepāja highway, there was a similar situation on A4. It was very speedy road, and there was increasing intensity. Now A4, A5, we don't hear about these roads. We hear Ventspils Liepāja, the intensity. People don't use this little speed increase. So the type of accidents on these areas are changing. We all drive those in equal speed, and we still get to the location we finally want to get. Yes, I partially can agree with it. But at the same time, as Talvaldis mentioned, that we drive in a train, we still have the internal discomfort because the road has to be expectable, and we should not stress out the drivers without necessity. And mobility is very important. And A4 ring road, we get complaints about this road. Of course, safest thing is to sit in a traffic jam. But at the same time, we need to look for solutions to create the conditions make more comfortable for drivers. Nobody likes to sit in traffic jams. But the other ways, the best way would be to roads very narrow with traffic lights like in Balthazar's. Everybody is driving slowly and then angry with each other. And then there is some frustration, and we get the conflict out of those frustrations. It's like in a bad movie. Everybody wanted to drive fast, but nobody wanted to die. Yes, in a traffic jam, you can only die from the boredom or the heart attack. You have seen how people are scrolling their phones in a traffic jam. And sometimes the line is moving on, but he's sitting in the phone. Yes, so we are fidgeting both in a car or in other situations. But there is also some research that when there is low density traffic, so in Black and Balthazar's, when it's very jammed, you cannot take over anyone. So the same driver will act completely different in different density of traffic. And we cannot use as the only solution make the traffic very dense, and that will solve all the issues. We do need to create an environment where we train people to use this environment in a safe manner. It has to be recognizable. We cannot set up 101 type of the crossroad. There is a left, right, and straight. Whereas the person has too many options to choose, there are more options to make a mistake. Now we have the northern direction roads. It looked like in Estonia, and Maria has joined us. Let's now connect with Estonia. I hope Maria is hearing us. Let's check the. Maria, do you hear us?
Ļoti labi. Tad ļoti vienkārši jautājums.
All right, very simple question. How to explain the increase of number of lethal accidents in Estonia in comparison of 2023 and 2024?
It's right. Actually, if we compare ourselves with Latvia, Lithuania, and with the European Union, actually we are moving at least the last 3 years in an opposite direction. So if the European Union is moving in the road safety, decreasing the number of fatalities, and in Estonia, unfortunately, the number of road fatalities is increasing. And if we take the number of road fatalities on state roads, so the roads that are managed by Estonian Transport Administration, then the number of fatalities is increasing for 4 years already. So if I should answer your question, so what is behind the numbers? So why? Actually, there are some different types of accidents. So if we take the accidents with injuries only, we see the increase of accidents, especially in residential areas, in cities, and even those accidents are actually with the e-scooters and some cyclists as well. So we are observing the shift in the mobility patterns, and this is if we talk about the cities. If we talk about the highways and about the cities outside, the roads outside built-up area, then still, whether we like it or not, we should stress the three main causes. So the speeds, the impaired driving. So we are talking about drink driving and other. So drowsy, drug driving. And the third is actually we are now looking, is it distraction in traffic or the use of safety equipment. So this is the third cause of all killed accidents with fatalities. And just to summarize, I could not participate in person in this conference, unfortunately, but I have quite a nice reason for this, because at the moment we are summarizing our new traffic safety program, road safety program for the next 10 years. So it's quite an important point at the moment to understand for all, both for decision makers, maybe even for society, and especially for us, for designers of the system, that society actually expects a safety. People want to drive in a safe environment. And that is why in Estonia, of course, one of the major questions for the future years, if we are looking at the past, but thinking about the future, so the main questions will be still the safe speeds, that means the safe roads that are self-explaining and self-enforcing as well, but we need time and money probably to reach this. But of course, the safe road use is one of the key issues as well. As we know from Latvia, we could copy, for example, penalty point system. We could copy Latvian average speed management enforcement, but we unfortunately copied red small mopeds that came in to Tallinn, in quite a lot of them in Tallinn at the moment. So we took from Latvia not the best options, unfortunately.
Paldies. Thank you.
Thank you. You partially answered the question. Can you uncover for us what will be the most radical changes in this decade program you are working upon now?
It's quite a good question, because the new program should be based on absolutely different approach. So if we took the program that is ending at the moment, there are a lot of activities in the action plan, but these activities sometimes have nothing to do with the safety. Unfortunately, I have to admit this, because we are managing the program and we are looking at the results of the program. The next very important idea to stress is that to meet the expectations of the society, to drive safely, to be safe at traffic, we need money for this. Unfortunately, for many years in Estonia, road safety program was the program that didn't have any dedicated budget. It's a little bit different situation in Latvia and Lithuania. I know about this, but in Estonia it was like this. And if we talk about the measures, then still we should talk about the differentiation of speed limits. Okay, we should talk about the roads that are fast, should be fast and safe, but the majority of our road network is the network that consists of small roads with small densities, and of course 90 kilometers per hour is not a safe speed for this for these roads. And for us, we see actually one of the possibilities that, of course, needs the support from the society and needs support from the politicians is penalty point system. Estonia is one of the 3 countries in the European Union that hasn't still used the system. So this could be one of the measures we should think about, but there are still some more measures. So if we talk about black spot management, I think that black spot management as a methodology has to be shifted into another idea. We don't need to wait for accidents to happen to say that this road stretch or intersection is unsafe. We should actually foresee, we should actually be proactive. And that is why in the future, I see that the black spot management should be shifted into this proactive methodology.
Thank you so far.
Thank you. Tātad, okay, so we heard a great idea with which we started, that the best thing to avoid accidents is to be proactive. But more or less cases, we need financing for that. And here's a question to our Lithuanian colleague. Where do Lithuanian road administration, for instance, via Lietuva, gets financing to build this safe infrastructure?
Will be never enough money to cover all problems and treat all black spots immediately. But as it was discussed in the beginning of conference, it was mentioned that we can apply more, let's say, not so expensive measures, like horizontal, vertical marking of junction, of pedestrians crossing, of dangerous stretches, and to come there with designers and we can think what we can do without huge reconstruction of such places. And in that case, we can cover much more places in comparing with that situation if we're waiting for reconstruction of them. So what we did last year, we came to the all black spot and we deploy very not expensive measures, let's say, related with marking, with lighting and so on. And maybe some places even deployed some safety islands, for example. But for the future, we, as Maria mentioned, we trying to become more proactive, not just running after the deaths, but we're trying to predict these places and decrease the requirements, how to say, revise methodologies and trying to come before many injuries or fatalities will appear in risky places.
Jā, paldies. Nu, būtībā nav nekas unikāls. Mēs esam ļoti līdzīgi tādā ziņā, jo droši vien, ka arī mums galvenie avārija iemesli ir ātrumu.
So it's not so different from us because for us it's also the drink and drive or drug and drive, also the attention distraction. But then there is another solution, decrease speed limits, and people very much dislike this. But maybe that's a solution on the side roads. Even now on the roads with gravel coverage, it's one of the solutions. And in theory, on the road where it's not undivided the traffic flows, it's safe to drive up to 80 kilometers per hour. So 90 kilometers is already unsafe. If you want to drive 80 or quicker, we do need to divide the traffic flow. And the same is in the city. We have to decrease the speed limits. Of course, we can decrease everything we want, but the question is how many accidents happened, whether or not we will achieve this. Yeah, otherwise it's like using the fire extinguisher everywhere. Do we have a research that's exactly the place where the accidents happen? Does this the right reasons the right research? I think Mr. Moroza has this kind of data. I can agree with Paul that the solution we are offering has to have the support from the database support. As an example, we have very high limit of accident with collision with barriers. We are working with that. Not everybody likes it. that we take the roads, poles, concrete blocks. How do we achieve on the state roads? The number of accidents is very low. On the lower category roads, there are these accidents, collision with the barriers, and we will work to clear the road, increase the visibility, also decrease of the speed. We have to understand that human errors, that the one who is the inattentive driver will be the one who created the accident. But we need to create an environment where the human error doesn't lead to fatality. Yes, if maybe he had his human error, but we need to keep his life. We work with those data, do we? Okay, there are data. We will ask Estonian colleague whether or not they have data about how often happens severe accidents if there is a barrier collision. We mostly speak about the trees on the roadside because the tree is not flexible at all. So how does it happen in Estonia? Do we have some statistics about this type of accidents?
When we are talking about the statistics of accidents, sure, we have these data about the type of accidents. If there was the collision with an obstacle, was it an obstacle on the right or on the left? For example, if we are talking about the middle barrier. I'm definitely agree with our engineers and the technical staff opinion that the central guardrail can't be used everywhere. And actually, in Estonia, we had a pilot project where actually under the pressure of the society and local people, unfortunately, we had to demolish the metal guardrail, central guardrail. I'm speaking about the guardrail that separates the different directions. We had to demolish it, and we put just those poles, plastic poles, instead of this. But there was actually a technical issue with this stretch because it was too narrow to use this measure. But actually, if we talk about safety, I would like to stress here, and I actually should mention here that we are not talking only about vehicle drivers. We are talking about much more variable picture of the road users. At the moment, we are just in the point where everything is changing in the road use, the way, the pattern we are using the road, and the expectations. Actually, I'm quite sure, and actually we have some questionnaires and from the road users, we ask them what are the measures they are probably to support for the road safety. And actually this decrease of speed limits on certain roads, it was not the measure that was not very greatly unsupported. So it was better supported from the road users. We have dozens of letters from the local people who are writing to us and asking to lower the speed limits in order their school children could cross the road, their elderly grandparents could safely got on the bus. And I actually, this is a nice discussion, and this is the discussion we are now at the moment organizing in Estonian society. What is the level of those restrictions we are still ready to accept because of safety? And yeah.
Great. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Labs jautājums mums vispār ir tāda precedenta.
Indeed, that's a great question. Do we have such precedents when local citizens ask to decrease the speed limits? We heard the story of Sigulda. In every location where the local citizens want to decrease the speed, but that's not an explanation. And what Einars and Pauls mentioned in the beginning about the human mind, how they act, we do have to make the road easy to understand and easily manageable in different situations. There are these gravel roads where are 100 cars or 1,000 of cars, and it's different situations, but those roads still look equally. That's one road with two direction flows. Each line is 3-4 meters wide, and our habit to act is the same on both of those roads, where the intensity is dramatically different and with a totally different outcome. So probably one of these roads we cannot reconstruct. For instance, in a Via Baltica, we had about 2 billion euros to reconstruct all those side roads. Yes, we are moving towards it, but while we cannot have this funding, we need to how to divide those and how people can understand that the intensity is quite high. We need to drive more with more patience. Here is a low intensity. You can be less use patience. And of course, there will be human errors. There will be for sure human errors in both situations. So this road will be more forgiving and this one less. And these road elements like the trees, road to Trappen, you know, they have the tree alley. We won't be able to cut them because those are the famous, this is a famous alley of trees. We have to be aware that here we have to be more patient. But in some other area, we can cut off those trees. But as Pauls mentioned, we still need to manage also our mind and choose a different pattern of driving. Yeah, but I think the problematic public, if there is nobody on the road and you can just drive fast, we have a different issue. We remember the tragical accident in Gulbena where 4 kids died. The parents cut off the tree. But they did it voluntarily. But what did children why they were on that road? They just wanted to have a pleasure driving. Why they don't have the race area? So for those kids, is they wouldn't be racing on that road along those trees. The children need to have to be to enjoy themselves. We just make them slower, and I would like to object you because everybody can participate in mini road shows. We should need in each area for children to drive for their pleasure drives out of the main road. It's okay. Edmunds was quiet for, well, you are the only one who is comes from the training experts. Maybe they're part of the traffic participants whom we cannot train, but we can work upon the education of those where we can improve their mindset and their skills. Well, the penalty points work from 2004, and more the increase. So the public who comes to train, and often we fully understand why they acquired those 8 points. About the alcoholism, talking about drinking and driving, it's certainly the story that I don't have exact statistics, but I believe the road police would be present. The general number that we catch, it doesn't decrease. It stays on the same number, even though the number of the drivers is decreasing. But talking about the training, in different discussions we hear that more and more driving schools don't prepare the new drivers as they should. I cannot agree with it because the driving schools prepare in a quite good level. I cannot say that it's done perfect by everyone, but still. The issue is later on the road. I usually mention that half a year for the rest of the traffic is retraining him in a wrong way, because in the school he learns how it should be according to theory. So he has been beeped upon several times on the road, and then he's sort of retrained by the bad traffic habits. We have to go back to what Pauls mentioned. What's in the mind of those people who drive with 200 kilometers per hour and who consciously act against the traffic safety rules? How to retrain those? But there's one more issue which I see. We can't find a quick solution for the changing of habits. Why? Because for the last 10 years or so, we have less physical control on the road, and people are used. Nobody will be there to give me a ticket. Last night, I was driving from Liepāja. The traffic segment, my speed is according to traffic regulation, according to GPS, 90 kilometers per GPS. I'm not the slowest. I'm not the quickest. But there's a free road segment. But there is on this crossing line where you cannot cross it. And somebody sees me and overtakes me. He doesn't look that this is uninterrupted line. He just sees his physical opportunity and does this overtake. So he doesn't have this feeling of the sanction, and he's infringing the rules. At some stages, it doesn't bring any consequences, but these dangerous maneuvers were these tragic accidents last year. People don't consider the fact what will be the consequences. They don't consider that somebody can catch them, that somebody can give them a ticket, or that they can lose their life. The only thing he considers is that they can overtake and save my 20 seconds. We cannot train them by theory training. It's like many drivers think that the horizontal marking on the road is just a decoration of the environment. That's what we don't respect on the road. Do we respect infrastructure? The colleague from Estonia mentioned that infrastructure is damaged. I thought it's just in the demolition, but it turns out that in Estonia also something is demolished. How big is this issue in our country, this demolition of the structures? Ainars, please answer. We also have a similar, like Estonia. We may save pedestrian crossing in Tsarnikov, but inhabitants choose the shorter road and demolish the barrier. Now we develop the tunnel on Medzābaki, but again they are demolishing the road barriers. In Ādaži, right in front of the shopping mall, in Europe also happens these demolishing accidents. Also about the road, the traffic speed restrictions, I haven't seen it myself. So yes, now human behavior is changing. In Lithuania, people also are damaging the infrastructure and the traffic signs.
The last situation, it was on a magistral road, on a main road. It was in A13. It's from Liepāja to Klaipėda, and the place was identified by the police. We said, listen, as you are owners of infrastructure, there is a stretch in 700 or 800 meters where people die every year, and this is not proper place to cross the main road, or highway 2+2. but the life is stronger than regulation and infrastructure. So it's a pity for sure that we can't react immediately and to deploy two-level pedestrian crossing in such places, but for sure we can put some fences, to put some obstacles and expect that it will be not destroyed through the first night. But for sure, it's happening as well in Lithuania that sometimes somebody who needs to cross the, in particular place, the road, they comes and, for example, cut the defense, net of defense and so on. Yeah.
Nu jā, caurums žogā, lai līst pēc aboliem.
Yes, it's a never-ending story. Okay, let's try it differently. Our time is expiring. We won't have some time to ask questions. Let's say each of the participants of discussion name 3 infrastructural solutions, either the signs or some constructions that can and work to radically increase the road security. You could be the first, Pauls. You know everything. 3 solutions. Everything that we will mention in infrastructure, it will cost some money. It will be the dream story. I would like more at the end of discussion mention what Edmunds touched already, that those who have 8 penalty points, we hardly can retrain them. Let's say for those people with 8 to 16, we could ask Professor Austers to research what kind of demons work in their mind. And there is a second end. Those who fail the exam with Edmunds, where does these grown-up people go further? They drive bicycles. And they don't know something. They either are misbehaving or they use some medications or there's something wrong in their mind, but they are still the road users. So these 2 wings, those who cannot do anything and those who don't obey with anything, because there are born those most lethal accidents. And we need to look at those marginal ends, because in the middle, somebody is just maximum doing the +10 on their cruise control. And we sort of are trying to work with average, where we should really look at the marginal ends. My recommendation to explore the margins, and the Professor Austers already know what's in their mind, but we cannot sedate them. We can do a lot about them. We can look how to better sit them in a tram, or what medications we cannot give them. Let's say he's picking up the medications and comes to the pharmacy by car. So we have not enough psychologists, psychiatrists who would support work with this type of those people. And we cannot do just rely on natural selection when they just, at some point, they die in the car accident. Okay, I get your point. I will refer to what Paul said. In a society, we believe that everybody can be a driver. There is no such position that this one should be the public transport driver. Everybody who comes to the driving school, he is sure that he will learn. If the bear can drive a motorbike, then the human can drive a car. The experience shows that actually it would be better that this person wouldn't drive at all, but it is his desire, it's his wish, and we have to let him. He passes all the exams, and that's very clear. And the way he uses the road, okay. I still want to talk about the infrastructure because it's a state road event. Mr. Veterans, what is a good solution that really improves? You know, I also worked as a driving instructor, and in most cases, and the first time I see this person, please don't try to train. I have 2 students like that. After 30, 50 hours, I said and tell to the rector, you shouldn't be training this. You don't need this obligatory driving license. But if we talk about infrastructure, bearing in mind that we don't invent something very radically, My call to action would be for the infrastructure builders and supervisors to consider what exactly you and how you are projecting. Do we really need to do everything according to the standard? And let's consider what the Pulse showed, one of the last zebra programs. The person with a bright costume is arranging the traffic without proper training. Also, the informative science hasn't been set up, so the traffic organizers, these little things that you do when you are building big roads for the drivers, that shows a lot of unnecessary confusion. Please pay attention to these little things and put those road signs, not exactly by standard, but in the way that the driver can understand that he really cannot turn right on that place. Okay, the traffic ministry has spoken. Now the same question to the Lithuanian colleague. Best infrastructure solutions that would be valuable not just in Lithuania, but for all of us.
Being more realistic and not dreaming about two-level junction on every single intersection, it's for sure to have very clear identified places for treatment and taking into consideration all funds which we have, to have priorities and goals, follow these priorities, and we will treat from the most worst sections and we will come to less worst section, let's say.
Nu, diezgan loģiski, jā. Moros kungs?
Very logical, thank you. Honestly, there are no cheap trip, no cheap solutions. Everything we have invested before, we have to maintain. One of the first steps necessary is to improve the equipment, horizontal and vertical road marking, and the side visibility. That's number one. We would need in all road network. Because we cannot reconstruct everything in two levels. The road has to be visible. There will be not be enough for everything. There are few questions appeared. If we could go back to this screen. Okay. One of the questions is, in Latvia, we plan several wind turbine parks. There's a question whether the infrastructure allows to deliver them. Maybe that the transport ministry can answer. Every transfer is coordinated with the ministry. There is a pre-research by the entrepreneur provided by expert company, and we evaluate the route, the time of the day, and the location where it's been transported. So indeed, we evaluate it. And here was rather a question, more like a replica. Interesting why on the Ķekava ring road there was no frontal collision, because it's impossible there. Well, divided driving, everybody drives in the same direction. There's a one-way drive. Also, one of the rotation rings also give that effect. And the question to our Estonian colleague: 2 or 3 best infrastructure solutions or ideas that can help to improve security in the future from a technical standpoint.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Actually, I'm the head of road safety department, though I'm an engineer, but I have nothing to do with this real life of the road design and road management. But still, I have some thoughts as well. And I absolutely agree with the colleagues from Latvia who stressed that actually traffic safety begins with each individual's behavior and each individual road user choices. I absolutely agree with this. But at the moment, we are, as a road traffic system designers, we should bear in mind that in any case, every traffic death or serious injury can and must be prevented. So if I should say the list of my choices or those choices that we are looking for, and we are just at the same situation where the budget is very much limited. So I would say and choose safe road junctions. We still in Estonia have even on main roads some old-fashioned forehand junctions. So safe road junctions, safe road facilities for the vulnerable road users, and to implement those schemes, we should look for from other states or maybe just design ourselves some pop-up facilities that do not cost so much and can be very easily and very quickly implemented. For example, I agree with a Latvian colleague that horizontal markings is one of the options. It's just one of the options. It's very quick and quite, I should say, it's comparing with the construction, it's quite a cheap one. And the last one, if we would like to preserve high speeds, then the road should be designed for this high speed. It should be forgiving road for these mistakes that people are doing. And for these high speeds roads, we are, for example, looking for variable speed limits or some ITS solutions to make the road traffic management more more quick or how to say, so dynamic, to make the road traffic management more dynamic. So variable speed limit signs for those high speed and with high volume roads. Probably this could be my choice.
Great, and we are on the right road, as particularly liquidation of the dangerous crossroads, different speed road signs, and that the road should be built forgiving to avoid any frontal collisions. And interchangeable signs we do have with informative signs. So we do the right things. We have a very little time. Maybe there are some questions from the audience. If not, we have few more questions here. When shall we have a digital map as it's made in Lithuania? I think Latvian state roads do have this map, and everybody can call and see the status of each bridge and criteria. So such map exists. We have a national accessibility point where this website is for people to be informed with regard to the traffic organizing data, also the big data. And the last but not least, but I still remember it, it's more related to the department, whether or not we will take the flower beds and poles where they are under the snow and people don't see them and just maybe hit them by accident. It's maybe it's a question to Riga Municipality. All right, then I will express my thanks to all of us. We have moved on. Probably the issue is not so much on the road cover, but more in the mind. And there are no other solution than Latvian state roads to build a good road and a society and safe and driving instructors to train using this safe road. We are on the right road and drive on the right. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen and Normans. Kindly, thank you. I was really very interested also listen to this discussion. For me, I found very interesting topic that the amount of drivers in Latvia is reducing. Is that correct? Is the number of drivers? Yes. Well, this is actually a surprise to me because I thought that exists a direct proportion and correlation between the drivers and the amount of cars and also the number of accidents. But is it really so that the driver amount decreases? It's probably the mic. Yeah, there is. Actually, that was mentioned by Edmunds Ozolnieks, but he probably knows this data. Indeed, the situation is such. However, obviously, the active driver amount does not correlate to the accident amount. That's the question and issue. Then once again, let us applaud to Normunds and his conversation partners. Let us continue. This is 12 and 40 minutes, which means that we are in accordance with the timetable absolutely correctly. Normunds has left his workplace, so to say, in a beautiful condition. Nothing, just like nothing, no litter and nothing, for us to just continue. So that is why I'm glad to announce our next speaker, Latvia State Roads Traffic Organization Engineer Edgars Ļonovs. And I understand that we're going to be talking about the statistics, very much statistics, that is road traffic accidents with fatalities last year on the roads in Latvia. So let us welcome. Hello, here you can see the statistics of last 5 years on the roads in Latvia. We see that there is a decreasing tendency, a little bit decreasing tendency. Last year there were 72 deaths, and that is the best result since regaining independence. As it happens each year, then the top ways then for these accidents is the collision. Last year it was 28 deaths, fatalities in these impacts, in these collisions. Then there was driving on the pedestrian with 15, then driving on an obstacle, a tree, and then there was a turnover and with 10. Then there are top 4 kinds we're going to look and in more detail when the car and in 2024 we had 28 fatalities in collisions, but in the TNT network that is 23, 10T network it is 23. From these 23, then 18 were with frontal collision, whereas the split in 10T itself, the network, it was in comprehensive network 13 and the main network 10. And what is worrying, the 23 people, the fatalities, it is 33% of all the fatalities on the road network in Latvia. And you have to consider also there's 10T regulation in force that also says that there are increased requirements to the security of 10T network, and until the 31st of December, then for 10T network roads, they have to have the separated directions and only multi-level crossings and connections. Of course, there could be some exclusions for socio-economic. There would be cost-benefit analysis. If that is negative, then we could ask for the exception to be applied. We can see the 10T network in Latvia, the core network with red, And the 10T regulation then says that we have to have the separation in directions, in traffic directions, and orange is the comprehensive network of 10T. 15 fatalities were when it was the driving on the pedestrian. Here we can see very clearly that the fatalities occurred in dark months. Then from August until April, from April until August, there is no fatalities. And if we look at whether it is a town, a city, or outside, then 13 and 2 in the cities and towns, and also in the zones where there was a reduced speed limit. If it was 50 or 70 kilometers per hour road speed limit. And additionally, we must say that mostly it was at night, in the dark time of the day, and in most cases it was also due to weather conditions that were unfavorable. It was either raining or something else, and or overcast, and that is why it is important for the pedestrians to use the reflection, and if we cannot maybe improve the infrastructure, then we can move on with the another, that is driving onto an obstacle, the tree. In 2024, having driven into the tree, we have had these accidents and the 12 fatalities, with 4 driving into the tree, with 9 fatalities. The rest were accidents when they drove onto the perpendicular to road with the through pass, or on one when they hit the tree which fell on the road, and one was the angle driving in the barrier of the bridge. Then we have a classic driving into the tree cases. 3 of these accidents were under the influence of alcohol. The first one we see is the P3 Ropaži Municipality, Garkalna Parish, where they drove into the tree and the car caught fire. The driver died and was under the influence of alcohol, and then there was also the speed limit. Next was in Smārda Municipality. BMW drove off the road. As a result of the hit, the car split into 2 parts. There are 3 fatalities, one with serious consequences, and the driver and passengers were all under the alcohol influence. Then in Liepa, the third one, they did not manage to, so there was 1 injury also from the passengers. Mostly they drive into the trees on the local roads, and the reason for such accidents is being under the influence of alcohol, with little intensity on the roads, where there are less investments also to those roads. That is not a sufficient infrastructure, meaning that is why there are such like trees on local roads. There is insufficient also control. There are problems that occur also due to, or tree cutting is with negative connotation in the society and in the media, and most probably we would never achieve the situation that on the local roads there are no trees. And then driving onto into an obstacle. Let's look at the experience. Riser Road side, the infrastructure for European roads. Very old research, but very valuable. It is a comprehensive analysis of data. 265,000 accidents were analyzed with obstacles. They analyzed, and 67% of cases had awareness of what kind of object they hit. Then 11.3% cases it was the tree, 8.2% cases it was a pole, and then safety barriers, 10.6% it was others, other objects or ditches. When we talk about the 17% had the fatality in, so each sixth of these cases had the fatality. Now, driving into a barrier, now 6% saw a fatality occurring. So if we do create an infrastructure, if we develop an infrastructure, we need to take into consideration this aspect that the barrier is not going to save. This forgiving infrastructure is something we need to really consider. And prior to us going to the next slides, then I would like to also highlight several differences in approaches also throughout countries. And here I see maybe some example countries which have one of the best indicators for road traffic safety, that is fatalities per million citizens. Inhabitants in Denmark and Sweden, the maximum limit is set lower if the roads then correspond to how main roads in Latvia. That's 70 kilometers per hour, in Denmark 80 kilometers per hour, but this is in Sweden with the road traffic signs actually very much. They are actually increasing this speed limit, because if the conditions allow even up to 90 kilometers per hour. But at the same time, then in Denmark and Sweden, they have a lot of high-speed highways and motorways, and in Latvia and Lithuania, we have a different approach. There's a standard maximum speed limit that is set as 90 kilometers per hour, and with road traffic signs, we in many places reduce the speed limit to 70 kilometers per hour. However, once again, in essence, as a result, this end result, this final result for us is similar on main roads. This 90 kilometers per hour, only meaning one would increase that, another would decrease in case of necessity. The differences in the approach. If we look at the roadsides, then also outside, I was traveling around the world by Google Street View, and here I will begin by saying that in the best example countries, then the main roads, which would for us be as a definition of main roads and main arteries also for these foreign countries, such roads would be, well, for us, they should be the motorways in our country. But in Sweden, then, for such roads, it is 70 kilometers per hour, the speed limit, how you can drive on them. But with the road signs, they have increased in that particular section up to 90 kilometers per hour. So that is why you can see that the roadside is rather clear, free of obstacles. In Denmark, it is a similar situation. Here from 80, it was increased to 90 kilometers per hour. And regional road, from 70 it was increased to 90 on this particular section here with the safety barrier where there are trees closer. And in Denmark, considering that it is through the forest this road goes, then they have left it to be with speed limit 80 kilometers per hour. Here Sweden has increased to 80 kilometers per hour. There's just some little radius turn and other parameters, but In Denmark, they left it 80 kilometers per hour, the speed limit. Then trees and trees next to the roads with the most safest roads in the country, well, they still see them a lot, but there are additional measures. It is either the reduction of the speed limit, it is the barriers installed. In Latvia, where we preserve the trees and bushes next to the road, then we need to also use some additional measures. Then on motorways and main roads, we should have the lane without or area without obstacles, as I showed in previous examples that were more clear. Also, one more reason is if there is a rollover, and here in the presentation we see that the impact of the rollover and the driver categories, the factors that influence are based on both the monitoring of the Latvia state roads. In all these places where there have been fatalities, we survey the road, and also about other impacting factors we talked with Road Traffic Safety Direction. They do investigate or analyze within the pilot project the road traffic safety and accidents, and thus we can see that where there have been 3 fatalities of motorcyclists, they were young men, they exceeded the speed, and also were not maybe that didn't have the skill. There was weather conditions that impacted it, and there were several other factors, losing the control over the vehicle, alcohol, maybe health condition, not being fast or would not fasten seatbelts, and that would be the lorry drivers of pre-retirement age. Then there were also other 2 fatalities of passenger vehicles. The factors were exceeding the speed limit, not being with a fastened seatbelt, and there was 1 passenger without fastened seatbelt. What to do? The priority number 1 is the separated and 10T also, separated directions on the roads. That is also the requirement of 10T. Also, in order to reduce the fatalities, we need to work with the users of the road network, because mostly in these, when we are also surveying, we have concluded that main reasons were some incorrect decisions, exceeding the speed limit, not using the reflectory elements, using alcohol. But definitely, and significant direction for all this is the infrastructure itself and the improvement thereof, so that these incorrect decisions then would not have the fatal consequences. That is why separation of the carriageways and then forgiving slope or roadside additional measures, security measures, if we do preserve the trees, and as the colleague mentioned, the director, we also are building the pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure. Cycling infrastructure? Thank you, Mr. Leonovs. Maybe there is someone in the audience who would like to ask any questions to the speaker. If not, I am interested in one matter here. Maybe even I would like to be provocative. Now, you mentioned also, and during the discussion, they mentioned that there are so many improvements, potential of infrastructure that would have a major impact on the security of roads, on the roads, and also in reduction of fatalities. But how does that go together with what Mr. Lazdovskis said at the beginning of the day, thinking about the funding, that it could be maybe, well, it will not be better as it was previously in previous years. How does that look in this light? How do you think? I think that forgiving infrastructure development is comparatively cheap solution. That is, for example, clearing the slopes and the roadsides from the trees. Then we also have these separation lanes, controls, average speed cameras, and that is, I think, actually number one. And I think also we should get rid of the connections to the main roads in several places. Well, there are several places where there could be alternatives. We're talking maybe about changes in regulatory acts for the state roads could then easier implement this. Thank you. Well, that introduces some kind of an optimism to this, and life goes on. It does not stop. There are various projects, both initiated already and in planning. Now, the next topic is planned and potential road development projects. Now, the Director of Development Department in Latvia State Roads, Klaus Grieze. I will continue to what Edgars began. I would reply from the perspective of these big projects. Why? Where we are planning the big, ambitious projects for development of roads. What do we even believe to be these development projects? And these are big, ambitious projects in some new places, or where maybe the reconstruction of some previous roads. In the 90s, we have realized such projects. The newest would be the Ķekava bypass road, and the longest which we know, Tīnu-Žikoknes road, but there are two others, Sauklasti bypass and one in Latgale region. So really big, ambitious projects, procedurally more burdensome, more heavy. But when we think about these projects, when we need to start thinking about them, when the intensity on the road reaches 10,000 transport units in one day, 24 hours, then it means that it begins to be annoying. The traffic blocks itself. We need to start thinking what to do next. And prior to us doing something any further and develop the project in detail, we conduct certain surveys and research, and maybe we need to create a new track. Maybe we're thinking next to Rail Baltica in Salkrasti, and on the other side maybe to bypass Baltazars, although economic feasibility there was not present, and maybe then we have to think about the existing track improvements or maybe some other projects elsewhere. What are the benefits, and with development projects we are talking not only high speed and motorways, but the roads with separated carriageways, so this would be the opposite directions are separated. Then this road can be used more busy, that's with the profile of two carriageways in two directions, meaning that we have reduced fatalities, no possibility or reduction of the possibility of frontal collision, but it all costs because there has to be some parallel roads, closing of the connections. In many cases, it has to be noise walls, and that costs a lot per kilometer. Then 10,000 would be then anyways the threshold, and we might think it is not that much, and for Latvia, even though for Latvia that's rather big, if it's within 24 hours 10,000 vehicles, it is the most busy roads, that is the vicinity of Riga and Via Baltica in the direction from the south to the north. That correlates, of course, with the population spread, because Via Baltica 50 kilometers to each side, then 70% of Latvia lives. And also the cargo, the freight transportation, we know these are lorries on the roads with single line, then it's just the desire to overtake them increases. They're all driving as a train, you know, in big lanes and congested in such a way. And what was not present in Edgar's presentation, then if we're talking about three categories, main, regional and local roads, then we are also talking about the European level roads, the so-called 10T network, European Transportation Network, and then there is international E network where you have seen this E designation that is like a part, this European significance, route of European significance. And here also in Edgar's presentation we saw it. It is in essence Via Baltica, meaning that is to Ventspils direction also, and to Latgale until Rēzekne and Daugavpils, which is red, the sections of the road where Europe expects from Latvia until the end of 2030 to have it with separate carriageways. Meaning, as at 1st of January 2031, we don't have any connections, single level connections, and we would have two carriageways, so separated. And it is very long, it's almost 2,000 kilometers, and Europe does allow for, if really there is no, if it is economically not feasible, then maybe they can address the European Commission and to ask for this, to revert this if there is no intensity of 10,000 units per one day, then we can address with such claim to ask to allow not to rebuild the roads because they don't see this intensity, but at the same time we need to also prove that socioeconomic benefits are not reached. So reconstruction of these roads maybe and difficult geography of these roads is basically means that it is not feasible and there is no return if the roads are rebuilt like that. Then they have once again financial studies and on one hand we put funding, investment, on the other maintenance, renewal, and on the other side of the equation there are all the benefits that might be reached with such reconstruction. For example, how much people would save time, or how much less accidents we would have, or maybe also fuel efficiency indicators would be taken into consideration. And if we're driving on better roads, then we don't have to repair the cars so much. So all these indicators, and in all these indicators we can express the feasibility of the project itself. And this is for the economists then to work on this this matter. Then if we do consider all the above mentioned on 10T economically reasonable, it is to rebuild 211 kilometers that was mentioned, that in not even like project size, but this is the whole Riga bypass road, all Via Baltica direction to Lithuania in full, then road to Tallinn until the turn to Sigulda, and the direction to Ventspils until Tukums. This is where it is economically reasonable, and in these we cannot ask the European Union for any deviations. We are always working. We're working towards this. So it's not just like we calculated and let's see, there's another new sheet of paper, white sheet of paper. Let's start all over. Where we have progressed the most is Bauska bypass. The government has already decided last year that we can start realizing this project as public-private partnership. And we have started working with the agreement and with wording of the agreement, new requirements from institutional investors, also climate impact is being studied now. This block is very binding, applicable in this case. Maybe tomorrow we will talk more about that. We hope to get to the agreement on in the second part of 2027, maybe the beginning of 2028, and already give it over for the constructors and for a private partnership to realize, and at the beginning of the 2031, this road might probably be available already to the public. This is a lot of investment attracted, once again, private partner, and within 20 years, then the state pays back. At the same time, with this decision of the Cabinet of Ministers, then Iecava bypass, it's not just the Iecava bypass, but it's actually a section of the road that is within existing A7. Let's say this is bigger than Bauska bypass, Takava bypass, and we need another initiation of the Minister of Cabinets for them to allow us to start working on the documentation if everything happens as we are expecting. Then at the end of 2031, when the other section of Bauska bypass is being realized, then, well, I mean, not the whole route maybe, but what is now the remaining homework is from Bauska bypass until Lithuania border. And we also need to do that because the European Commission says that each such deviation need to be harmonized with other Baltic states, meaning Lithuania or Estonia. Not doing this part until the border of Lithuania, we cannot. Then this is really painful, but the heart of also road network in Latvia, and it is already, the capacity is already used in full. We are looking towards making this road a dual carriageway road. The work has already started. We have started research with the design of minimum design for A4. For A4, everything's ready. We need next decisions to be made and how to get to the realization of the project. Also, very soon, stages 2 and 4, which is now in the stage of the environmental impact study, expecting soon to initiate, and then the A5 rebuilding or new section until this bridge across Daugava, which is actually within the project of Rail Baltica. I think, well, I hope it is, well, they will give birth to that to conclude all the bigger projects. How much does it cost? A lot. The total costs for the projects mentioned almost 2 billion euros. Real estate, it all costs, the design costs, alienation, and the project, well, maybe if it's public-private partnership, then the documentation has to be prepared more diligently. But the Europe respects this. This is what the society expects from us. This is going to be a contribution to the road traffic safety. For feasibility, it does not reflect everything, and we can't see everything, what it means. For example, what building such roads means. We can't see all the added value. Maybe this is because this is also related to the development of new logistical businesses next to these roads, and maybe that is something that we then get like an advantage and development of Baltic states in general. But then anyways, this is our business card. If you go from Lithuania into Latvia on dual carriageway road, and then because into Latvia you drive from Lithuania on a dual carriageway road, but then when you get into Latvia, that is not anymore. But this is, as I said, we are ready to work. We have prepared our homework. We are expecting some decisions to be made. Thank you.
This was the one before last slide was so impressive. It was really a blast. But I do have to believe everything you tell and draw the attention of our audience to that. As I understand everything correctly, that the projects that are really really necessary. There is no discussion at all that those road segments that need to be improved for general interest, their total length is around 200 kilometers. Total financing necessary is about 2 billions financing. It sounds like how many millions per kilometer? 8 to 10 millions per kilometer. It depends on the bridges, the building areas. 8 to 10 millions. 8 to 10 millions per kilometer. Okay. I just wanted to clarify without any mean intent. Maybe some more questions to Mr. Grieze from the audience? No, looked like no. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague from Lithuania, ladies and gentlemen. Via Lietuva Infrastructure Development Head. He will tell about the state road development project. Martīnas Gediminskas.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for Latvian colleagues for invitation and for possibility to participate in such a nice conference and to share knowledge and share experience with colleagues. So shortly I will try to introduce what situation with projects and financing is in Lithuania, and what we are doing this year, what we did last year, and what are the future plans. Okay, so it would be good to see presentation.
Es ļoti atvainojos. My apologies. We should actually show a nice little video before your presentation.
Good.
Palaižam video, jā, es atvainojos.
Thank you very much. So almost all presentation was shown in that short movie. So let's move further. Okay, so what we started this year together with our Minister of Transport, so we're heavily working on road fund and the biggest projects of Lithuania in 2025. As it was shown on the movie, so in 2024 we had a record year for Lithuania, for Lithuanian national road network. So we've got in total financing or investments more than 900 million euros. So 159 million euros from EU funds. State allocated funding was more than 550 million, and military mobility funding was 185 million. What's in 2025? So we see a little bit lower figures and lower investments, and European funding we planning to have 177 million. State allocated funds directly to national network 384 million euros, and military mobility this year we plan 59 million euros, so in total 622 million euros. So if we compare with other national managers of national roads, so if we are looking to SFINAG, to Austria, so their maintained or managed network is a little bit more than 2,000 kilometers, and their financing is more than 3 times bigger than Lithuanian. If we are talking about Lithuania, so we manage more than 21,000 kilometers of national roads. 6,000 kilometers of them are gravel roads. With asphalt, we have about 16,000, and just to know and to be clear, 1/3 of these roads are in poor or in bad condition. So it means that in Lithuania we have almost 6,000 kilometers with poor or bad asphalt conditions. So it means that we need more and more investments if we want to reach some quality on our national network. And if we're looking to Poland, to Gatka, so their network is about 70,000 kilometers, and their budget is much more bigger than Lithuanian, so it's more than 5 times bigger. Road fund, national road fund, as I mentioned at the beginning, so heavily working together with minister, and now already the project of law is already in our parliament, and we hope that till the middle of this year we'll have good good decisions, and the fund will be started. So the date when estimated start of the road national fund is 2026, at the beginning of 2026. And of course, if we wanted to plan, to maintain, to develop safe and comfortable infrastructure, so we need to have sufficient funding, because every of us knows that infrastructure projects are long in time. If we need special planning, if we need land acquisition, if we need design and construction works, so sometimes it takes more than 5 or even more years. So it means that we should plan in the future without some guarantees. What incomes to the road fund we plan it be? So e-toll system or vignettes, which we have already now. So we plan that it will be about 200 million euros. vehicle registration fee about 60 million euros, fines for traffic violations and etc. It's about 30 million euros, and the taxes on registered cargo vehicles, it's about 18 million euros, and we calculate that loans will be more than 100 million euros. So overview of the funding of this new approach. So road funding, we plan for 108 million, and road maintenance and development investments. So it means national investments from government. It will be not less than 549 million each year. And via Lietuva, independent revenue more than 8 million euros per year. So in total, state road sector would be around more than 1 billion euros each year. And the most important infrastructure projects in Lithuania in 2025, so as it's shown on pictures and it was shown on video, so Via Baltica line from Marijampolė to Poland border. So in total it's almost 43 kilometers long, and huge infrastructure. We're looking only not to 43 kilometers of highway, but intersections, viaducts, bridges, underpasses, roundabouts, connecting roads, parking and rest areas, acoustic walls, tunnels and underpasses for animals, and last year we already opened the first green bridge for animals, wild animals in Lithuania, and this year we'll have a second one. So project is really huge one, and its amount, it's 537 million euros, and it will be finished in 3 years actually. So this year we are working on the last section, and on September we already plan to open traffic in the last section, and to have connection from Kaunas already to Polish border by a highway. And short information about last year. So on October we opened the most the most complicated sector. First sector was from Marijampolė, because it has lots of bridges, lots of viaducts, and roundabouts, and all infrastructure was really huge. And also this year we plan to start reconstruction of a 6 kilometers long section of Via Baltica. Already existing Via Baltica near Kaunas, and there we plan to build 1-2 level intersection just to close left turn on the highway, and to build connection roads. And after that, in 2026, in this area, we plan to increase the speed from 110 as it is now to 130, and to have full high speed to Poland. So we didn't stop only on a direction to Poland. A few weeks ago, so on end of February, we signed contracts for special planning from Kaunas to Latvian border on roads A8 and A10. So special planning procedures, and the contract will be finished in 2.5 years, and approximately 1 year for land acquisition, design stadium. So we think that, or we plan that construction works could start to Latvian direction from Kaunas on 2029 probably. And another project last year, which we finished first stage from Molėtai to Utena. It's the worstest, one of the worstest roads and the only one with concrete pavement. It was built on 1978, 1985. So last year we finished actually in 9 months, 30 kilometers section, 1+1, with full reconstruction of that road. So it means that they were built to two-level crossings for wild animals, fences, all intersections were reconstructed. Lighting was on areas where intersections built roundabouts. And at the end of last year, this road was opened for drivers. And this spring, we already signed all 5 contracts on the last distance from Molėtai to Utena. So it's 43 kilometers length, and there we have all that distance divided to 5 sections. And after reconstruction, this road will be reconstructed to 2+1 road. And all additional infrastructure with fences from wild animals, with roundabouts, with other crossings reconstruction, with bus stations, and we planned that in some sections the road will be open till the end of this year, but the final works should be finished till the middle 2026. And it's close to Vilnius. Actually, it's Vilnius suburban area, but it's on a highway A2, Vilnius-Panevėžys. So 2 weeks ago, we started works on the Trande tunnel, because you can see on the picture it's a really unsafe left turn. So there are lots of traffic jams on rush hours. So it's evening when people going home and going to works. So we plan that all these works will be completed in 11 months, and total price will be 6.2 million euros. And Krūna Bridge, it's the worstest bridge in Lithuania. I didn't talk about the bridges. So now in Lithuania we have 119 bridges which are poor or bad condition, with some restrictions of load or forbidden for heavy vehicles to pass them. In total, we have more than 1,500 bridges, and as it was shown on the movie, that each year our plan is to start to reconstruct not less than 30 bridges, because the most number of bridges, I think the same is in Latvia. You have the same, that they are built on early 17th or late 16th, so more than 360 bridges are pretty soon in some years will be in bad condition either. So this A1 road close to Kaunas is the most intensive road or highway in Lithuania. Each day there passes more than 30,000 cars. So it's not so easy to plan the works. So a temporary bridge with 2 lines was built, and from April 12th, we will have traffic changes, and we will open that temporary bridge. Some information that that temporary bridge was built in USA, and the last it was used in Poland. So it's the largest bridge in Lithuania in the last year, like a temporary one. So after that, we'll demolish one side of existing bridge and reconstruct or build a new one instead of it. So all the reconstruction time will have 2+2 traffic on the construction site. So shortly about our main project. Of course, it's not everything. As I mentioned, that more than 30 bridges we are reconstructing each year, and on highways we renew asphalt in 17 kilometers, and in other roads more than 30 kilometers this year. So shortly, this is it, and maybe you'll have some questions, so I'll try to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Quite impressive, I must say. Dāmas un kungi, lūdzu. Martīnasam.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions to Martīnas? Maybe there are. But I think that independently from one another, there have been several people who asked me to ask Mr. Gediminskas. I will be doing that in Latvian, because everything is also interpreted simultaneously. But if we look at just approximate numbers, funding in Latvia in 2025 is expected, I mean, everything altogether, like European funds, military mobility, and state budget payments, approximately 300 million euros for Latvia for the roads, for the road industry, but in Lithuania, approximately 800 million. The question is, how do you manage to convince your country that it is necessary, that this money is necessary? What is the method, how to do it, how to convince the government?
Did lots of work actually last year, or already 3 or 4 years ago we started to do that. Not me as head of infrastructure, now interim CEO of Via Lietuva, but all together with experts from roads, that actually situation in Lithuanian road network is getting worse and worse, and if we don't do anything, so one day we will have collapse. So what happened actually in 2023 on February, I think, that one part of bridge in Kėdainiai collapsed, and it was an accident. Luckily, nobody was injured and nobody was killed, but it was one more sign for our politicals that we can't live like we used to do the last 20 years. We can't do that because all infrastructure is already in its end of its life, and we need to do extra steps if we want our economic to grow, because without good roads, without good infrastructure, we can't expect that huge investors from Europe will come to our country. We can see example of Poland when they started to work the last 20 years with funds and with planned infrastructure development. So we can see that Polish guys today have one of the newest infrastructures in all Europe.
Okay. Pieņemsim.
We are accepting such answer. I'm not going to say that we're going to do the same, but we are still going to take into consideration what you said. Are there any questions in the audience to Martīnas? Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is going to be in English. The speaker is from Sweden, from our neighboring country also. And for several times, it's been told that this is the country as an example, that sets an example regarding the organization of traffic and safety and everything else. And the speaker represents the company Nira Dynamics. And as much as I understand, then the story is going to be about an interesting IT solution and platform. The speaker are Johan Petersson, he's a product group manager, and Matteo Pettinari, who is Nira Dynamics solution architect.
Nira Dynamics. And with me I have Matteo Pettinari, who sits here, who will speak later in mid-presentation. We have been working with Latvian state roads for the past 2 years. We will talk about that project. We will also mention who we are and what we do as a company, and what products we supply. So Nira Dynamics is, in its core, an automotive software supplier. And we supply today softwares to over 100 million vehicles or cars, personal cars in the world, 45 different automotive brands. We are around 150 employees with 5 sites around the world in 16 different countries. Lately, we have been working not just with the automotive industry, but also with infrastructure. Our softwares are very close to the tires of the car. So when we do that type of technology, we also learn a lot about the road state. And since then, we have also created a software that can upload data about the road state. And that software is now in 3 million connected cars around the world. And it looks like this, quite a complex picture. But so we have our software in the Volkswagen Group vehicles. So it's in Volkswagen, Porsche, Skoda, Audi, and Seat. The software is installed on production line at the factories. And whenever someone buys a car, they can consent to sending data, and it will be uploaded to the OEM backend, the manufacturer's servers, and then supplied to our servers, where we can keep on building products with our own data that we create in the cars. We don't have ourselves direct connection to the car, so we can't control anything. Everything is anonymized, so there is absolutely no personal data. It's only road segment data. We don't even have any type of vehicle data. We supply both to the infrastructure customers, so like Latvian state roads, the road authorities in Sweden, Denmark, some in US, and also cities and municipalities. But then we also send information to the vehicles themselves to assist with safety. This is just a picture so you can see what our daily data looks like. This is the coverage that we have, so mostly in Europe. And then these are our products. I won't go into details on the onboard ones that are in the cars, but on the connected and cloud side, those are the products that we supply to the infrastructure, and it's mainly Winter Road Insights and Road Health, where Winter Road Insights aims to improve winter maintenance, whereas Road Health helps with asset management. And these are the types of things that we can help out with. We can help out with quality control, following up contractors and what has been done with the road and stuff like that. You can, since the data is live, you can also get live status, like you get friction when it's snowing. You can know when it becomes slippery, for example. We can compute KPIs, so you can compare different areas, different technologies, different methods and stuff like that. And also we supply alerts telling you, okay, something went wrong here. A pothole popped up. Your road is cracking up or whatever. And they are based in basically 3 different parts. It's road health, which was asset management, as I mentioned. We also have road safety, where we can detect things like where people are doing hard brakings and have near collisions. So you can detect spots where the infrastructure is simply dangerous or people are behaving in a bad manner, basically, more often than others. And Winter Road Insights is our winter product that can look like this. So this is the Latvian state roads around Riga. And what you see here is a day in, I think it was last winter, where you could see that sort of high priority road has been maintained really well with the blue lines. I hope it shows. Maybe they're a little bit thin. And the red lines, the more lower prioritized network at this point of time where we selected was not, were quite slippery compared to the high priority ones. And now I will leave over to Matteo, who will talk about asset management. Yep.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Matteo Pettinari, as I was introduced before, and I'm a kind of infiltrated in the road industry because I'm a pavement engineer, so I've been working actually for 8 years as a road engineer in the Danish road agency. And I moved to the car because I can see that data from connected cars can actually represent extremely valuable information for road managers. So I will try to explain why and actually how the technology of the connected cars can lead the future of road management. This is, for example, an example on a map of the data where we collect regularly around Riga. And basically, our data are updated daily, and we evaluate the way the road changes over time. So if a given car drives over a given section, we measure the road. After an hour, maybe another car will be driving on the same road, and we get a new value. And we collect all this value, and we study trends, and we study the evolution, and report immediately alerts on the network if something has been emerging and can become an hazard for the users. So what we are good, as my colleague has mentioned before, we have product and software that evaluate the interaction between road and pavement. We deliver roughness and grip information, and we also know that we can deliver much more data. For example, we are building product about road safety that will for sure be useful in the future to the road agencies. But what we bring as a novel concept is actually the continuous scan of the road network. And I want to go deeper now into this aspect because I think the continuity of the data is bringing a new insight. And for this specific case, I will show you, for example, a study we did with the Latvian Road Agency, where we tried to exploit the time domain, and we looked into the correlation between how connected cars can be correlated to an instrument that is used nowadays by the road agency to evaluate the bearing capacity of the section. So how stiff is the section, how strong is the section to hold heavy traffic. I will take you there step by step. And I will start by showing you the concept. So, as I said before, every time a car passes a given section, that vehicle will generate a value which we call International Roughness Index or roughness parameter. Over a given day, we know that we have a certain amount of cars that would cross that section. So each car will measure a slightly different value because it's impossible that all cars will be driving on the same wheel path. So we collect all these values and we generate an aggregated average daily value. And for each average daily value, we also represent the variance because we know that there is a variability between the different trajectories. Then we start look at the data over time. So even though we recently, maybe over the past 3 years, we started the business of the infrastructure in the infrastructure domain, We actually have active cars collecting data in all over Europe since the end of 2021. So we are learning also from the different countries how they maintain the road, and we actually know how the roads have been evolving over time. The evolution is of course a property of the road itself. And the evolution is affected by many factors, like by the amount of traffic, in particular heavy traffic, but also by the weather. And this kind of information, we try to embed it into our system, and we take them into account when we evaluate the trends and the development rate of each road. So we could also actually use this data to forecast and make an estimation of how the road will evolve in the coming years. But for sure, we see that there are roads that change faster, and maybe there are roads which have been restructured recently or rehabilitated recently, which hold different the load and actually have a better behavior over time. We could also see when there is a maintenance that has been taking place that we actually perceive a huge improvement in roughness, which is a good sign also for those who have to keep track of the evolution of the road network. But all this information are captured within our data. And what we want to do within NERA is to build features out of this data that can be used, for example, as I have introduced previously, in the understanding of the structural resistance of a pavement. So we did a study with the Latvian Road Agency, and the first one was, of course, to extrapolate and analyze all the historical data from the whole network in Latvia. And we analyzed the historical trend, and we extracted some important features. Then we received the data from the Latvian Road Agency about the Fonley weight, so their own historical data, and then we try to understand how this data can be integrated. There were some math and work that was relevant in this context. I would try to skip it, but of course it was important in order to build a reliable model and a useful tool that we were calibrating the model, trying to be as close as possible to the measurements, the reference measurement coming from the road agency. And for doing that, we had to do some map matching, and our data are always referring to 25 meters of road. The reference measurement provided by the Latvian Road Agency was a point measurement, so we had to do some kind of magic in order to make sure that we were comparing similar location or approximately the same locations. Of course, this can have minor error, but to some extent the overall result was good. And then, of course, we had to take into account about the amount of lanes, as I said before, and the type of pavement, because that is to some extent related also with evolution, and that would allow also to make a better use of the models. So this graph is showing the correlation that we have found between the Fonley weight deflectometer and some historical trends. Of course, I don't want to give details about the graph, but I want to show that actually the most important graph is the one that you see with the dots and colorful dot on the right that actually has a kind of diagonal shape. For sure, the connected cars in this domain don't want to replicate that extremely expensive and sophisticated machine, but we want to help the road agency in measuring the right sections at the right moment. Because sometimes, if you always inspect the road by eyes, and of course regularly people do it and go on the road and try to understand where do I need to do some measurements, where do I need to be proactive and get some data. Sometimes it's difficult to guess where to go. But now with the connected cars, using the historical data, we can actually spot and help the road agency to identify the sections where it's probably more critical to go and perform such a test. Performing Fonley weight deflectometer campaigns are actually costly. It requires to close lanes, and they are not always very safe. I mean, I know history of accident of people that have been going to the road, closing a lane, and maybe during night collecting data in a truck, maybe don't see them and enter into a crash. So making also this work more simple and economic and convenient for the road agency, having informations about the locations that need and require some scan is extremely useful to plan and to optimize resources. And the graph is actually showing that it's possible to use connected cars data to optimize the way you program inspections on the road. This is a case of an highway Latvia, for example, where the data are represented according to different colors, and in red and yellow we do spot the sections which have become more critical that probably require an additional survey from a structural point of view. And this all coming from historical data and connected cars that have been driving over that section for some time. We are not doing this only with the Latvian Road Agency, as my colleague has mentioned. We work in many different other countries. This is, for example, a work that we are doing with Minnesota with the Department of Transportation, and we are doing this also in Italy and Spain and Sweden and other contexts. So the objective is always to use this data to make a better work, to simplify the work that engineers need to do on a daily basis. I want to conclude highlighting some aspect here, and for sure the neurodynamics and I would say connected cars in general bring a new insight, and the new insight is actually the fact that we collect data continuously. So we bring the time domain as a relevant factor, so we allow the road engineers to understand how fast the road is evolving and how stable is the road. Collecting friction, for example, is also a useful information because friction is measured maybe every year or maybe every third year. Having a continuous perception of friction both in winter and summer is extremely useful to make sure that the road infrastructure is safe for the user. When you have daily information about the road changes, you start to put into numbers something that maybe people that do daily inspections perceive. And this is also a very valid instrument because sometimes those people who go and make inspections, they see something, but what does it mean that for the cars? How dangerous is like damage? Is it like perceived bad by the car? So you have the possibility to actually see as a number what you see with your eyes when you inspect the road and actually make a decision that could be effective for the safety of the infrastructure and the users. Using the evolution of roughness, as I said, has a extremely valuable impact, both in forecasting the future of the evolution, but also in implementing some strategies to optimize your resources when, for example, you need to inspect a given section. And that was the example of the Fonley weight deflectometer. But I want to highlight the last point, which is, for me, extremely important and valuable, and is the fact that road engineers, and I was one of them, I'm still one of them, are receiving more data every day, new type of data. But at the end, nobody is really focusing on the fact that we need to make effective decisions. And the decision is always a yes or a no, or eventually a way to repave or to repair. And adding more data is not actually what we want to do as a car, like from the car domain. We want to simplify decisions, so we want to listen. And that's why also I'm the infiltrated in the car sector, because we want to listen the need, we want to fill the gap and help road agencies improving their own strategies. It has been mentioned before, for example, that the resources are always limited and the need to maintain the infrastructure is a priority now and to keep the standards high. So what we want to do is actually work in that direction, use the data to simplify the work and do not generate additional cost. Thanks.
Thank you. That was something completely new for me. Maybe I didn't get it correctly at the very beginning when your colleague presented. If I may ask, it might sound stupid, but so the data is collected from random cars equipped with special, let's say, sensors and devices, right? Those are not cars you are sending out to do the inspection. They are random cars which are going along certain roads on a more or less regular basis, and that's the way the data comes in, right?
Yes. So okay. The cars are equipped with a software, which is actually working for the car itself. So the software is measuring grip for the car, is measuring tire pressure, which is also for the car, and between the data that this software generates, there is information about the road. We actually extract this data, which are sent to the database of Volkswagen, and once anonymized, we try to build some products that become useful to road agencies for maintaining and managing the infrastructure, yes. But
I
the
see.
car is coming as it is from the factory, and the person needs to, of course, approve the sharing of the data.
So, and in that way you are able actually to measure any segment anywhere in Europe where those cars are traveling, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Paldies. Ļoti
Thank you. That is a very interesting approach, in my opinion. Are there any questions from the audience? I think, let's talk. Is it going to be interesting, this approach also for Latvia, Latvian Road, State Road Agency? Well, when there's a representative who will ask, definitely, but there's one more presentation before the open microphone. The story is about maintenance of roads in summer 2025, and that is the story which is going to be told by Latvia State Roads Director Juris Derevyanko. Hello, my name is Juris Derevyanko. I'm Director of the Management and Maintenance Department of Latvia State Roads, and I will tell what we've done in 2024 and 2025 winter season, also about the plans for summer 2025. So the department is responsible for everyday maintenance process organization, so ordering of work, planning, and also quality control of the ordered and received services. What is the regular maintenance and what is its aim? The aim is primarily to ensure the longevity of and endurance of the construction of the road, and also to ensure the road traffic in various weather conditions. So regular maintenance, we can then divide into two seasons. There's a summer season, there's a winter season. Summer season lasts from 16th of April until 15th of October. And respectfully, so this is the work then which we, the value of this work is maintenance of sustainability and comfort. Primarily, we conduct the repairs with black surface, of roads with black surface. Also fill in and removal of the water. We also restore the signs and technical means, and of course also we mow the grass, which is also an important aspect for road traffic safety. If we're talking about this winter season, this is from the 16th of October until 15th of April, which means that this is today. It is winter season still, which is also then expressed by the weather conditions that we currently observe. It was snowing while we were driving to the conference, as much as I remember. The summer isn't coming as quickly as we would like. And in winter, we're talking about, this is traffic safety without the lasting effect, meaning the more we spend in winter, the less there is to spend in summer. 24-25 season, winter season, is we conducted the work for winter maintenance, and the amount was approximately 14 million euros. But considering a beneficial circumstances, weather conditions, then we did also some maintenance work on gravel roads. We fixed some holes, and we did also cleared the slopes, the ditches, And if we compare two Decembers, then December 2024 and 2023, then these are two, like, these are months that look completely different from one another. In 2023, in this winter, we spent for winter maintenance 7 million. This season it was a little bit more than 2.5 million, which means that this season, indeed, there were those lasting works we did, and long-term for construction, improvement of gravel road surface, and we dug some ditches, we were cutting the bushes, mowing, etc. And if we compare then with the winter works, then if, as we say, this amount is significantly different, then this clearing of the road, and then once again, rather, if the maintenance is still necessary, even though not so much de-icing or salting, gritting of the roads. It was January when we saw the onset of some changing weather conditions, and then in 3 days we spent a little bit more than 820,000 euros. So the most expensive day was 435,000 euros. If we compare it to the winters of 23-24, then it was 620,000 euros was the most expensive day back then. So winter has been really good for us. The work we're planning, I mean, I already told about, and we have also worked with removal of the bushes, and on local roads specifically removed some growth, and then also trees that fell due to storms and winds. Then the ditches we cleared is 180 kilometers, and primarily local roads, and also the removal of or cleaning the growth. Then we filled the potholes. This is an unchanging indicator for even, like, if changing conditions, weather conditions occur in winter, it was less fluctuation through 0-degree temperature. That is why there were not so many potholes occurring. But then again, as I said, 12.7 million we spent for winter season, and then for summer season characteristic works we spent approximately 19 million. For summer, the work to ensure the sustainability of the road construction, then. But in winter, that is when we talk about the comfort and road traffic security, more so. Then once again, if the weather conditions are changing, then in winter we do also some work that is characteristic to summer, as it was, for example, pronounced in this season. What about the budget? Initially planned budget for winter season was 32.6 million euros. We spent 31.3 million euros, meaning that we have saved 1.3 million, and this will be the funding that we are planning then for summer season, to spend for summer season, and thinking about the sustainability of the roads. About the overall budget for road maintenance, on average available is 160 million. The necessary available is 60 million, but necessary is 160 million. And if it is 160 million, then this is when we can really plan and do the necessary work for ensuring the sustainability of road as construction. Now the plans for summer 2025. The topic primarily today has been road traffic safety. And thinking about the road traffic safety, we're talking about cleaning of the partitions. Then twice during the season we are planning this, as colleagues mentioned. We are planning to mow this partition until July once. And depending on the class of maintenance, then if it has this partition is bigger, and if it's lower class, then it's narrower. And within the funding that is available, we are going to plan also and mow all the partition. Ideally, twice, 3 times during the season that it would be the full width, but to get there we would need 5 years actually, I'd say, and the funding 30 million in each of these years, and then to clear it all and then to maintain approximately 12 million euros each year. What are the risks if we do not comply, if we do not do so, is visibility. At some point the growth becomes like vegetation is bushes, and then clearing the bushes is more expensive. Then bushes can grow into already hard obstacles, trees, and so the ditches, the water removal is not ensured. The work we will do during the summer season and the planned budget, as I once again will say, this 26.3 million euros is available to us currently, and then let's go over each of the activities. That is technical, means maintenance plans 750,000 approximately each year from this budget. That is 12,000 signal poles, posts that we do renew if they are being damaged, destroyed. That is approximately what we do each year. Priority, of course, is the black pavement and fixing the potholes, where approximately 5 million euros is devoted to that. We're also going to de-dust the gravel roads in 500 kilometers of the roads. I would like to also highlight that this work we do once per season, which means that if we do this earlier in spring, then by the end of the season these roads or these sections are not going to work anymore. So we are always trying to strike the balance for it to be sustainable. Gravel roads and filling the holes is approximately what we can do in 350 kilometers of the roads. We can renew plane and layer, but within the maintenance, it's not just that we, for example, have this this layer. We work locally where there are defects of the cover, but the planing is what costs. Maybe the planned is 2.3 million. We are planning at least once a month, and that is approximately 10,000 kilometers. If we do maintain the gravel roads and compacting the roads, then the optimum humidity needs to be maintained in one or another way. If we are conducting this work, then the quality is inappropriate if this indicator is not complied with or taken into consideration. Meaning, If we do count into kilometers of ditch clearing, then it is 130 kilometers. The removal of the layer that obstructs the drainage, that is in 320 kilometers. What about the mowing? I already said, and we're planning to do this work twice this season until July once, and then in autumn once again. Thank you. That was all my presentation. Thank you, and I have a question right away because it beautifully relates to the previous presentation. So the managed department of yours, is there anything similar to, as for example, colleagues from Sweden said? Maybe you're planning something like that? Maybe you have a tool like that? Yes. The previous colleague was talking about the product, and it is the product we are experimenting with. We're also learning to work with what we have now been researching. If we're talking about winter maintenance, the product works now, as we know, in the vicinity of Riga with the highest intensity. Unfortunately, on all the territory of Latvia, we cannot apply this, but this is definitely the future, and we need to be thinking about and looking in that direction. Thank you. Maybe anyone from the audience has any questions about maintenance work in summer, and not only in summer? Probably not. Okay, so thank you so much. But maybe you do not go away very far, because you'll have to now join for discussion on these cozy sofas, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have come to the concluding part of today, and that is the open microphone. I will tell you now how it works. Well, I will tell the people I am asking to take their places, take their seats, because they are going to be the specialists, the experts, whom we will ask to reply to your questions. The participants, the audience, both here and online, that is, of course, Mārtiņš Lazdovskis, Chairman of the Board of Latvia State Roads. Please take your seat. Then, that is going to be Construction Department Director Gints Alberiņš of Latvia State Roads, please. And we have Klaus Grieze, Road Management and Maintenance Department Director. Juris Derevanko, which we had, that is Management and Maintenance Department Director. And we have Traffic Organization Department Deputy Director Ainārs Moros, who has already been once here today. And please, we welcome you all in this panel. I hope I have not left out anyone, but now I would like to address our audience, the viewers, the listeners in all over the world. Wherever you are, if you have a possibility, if you have an opportunity to call, then let's say it's a chance, so to say, of yours. This is live broadcast. It is real-time call. We will hear you, all of us here. And the number to call is 254-99533. Let us agree on one thing. Please do not say anything rude. Be polite, because if you start cursing out there, we will just hang up. That is the only thing we can do, and that is the only correct way to do it. Then, if you can, I think, the most competent people in Latvia State Roads, please call. There's going to be the signal. There's another question, though. You can write us these. On Slido. You can scan the QR code, and then LVC would be the hashtag you need to use on Slido. There's also a possibility to ask questions. And then we have the live broadcasts, both in Latvian and English, on Facebook, in the profile of Latvia State Road, Latvijas valsts ceļi, where in the comments you can ask questions. If you go to Latvia State Road's homepage, lvceļi.lv, there too you can access the live of today's event, which directs you to YouTube, where there's comment section and you can ask your questions. And the agency Leta on their portal too, as much as I'm aware, you can comment. I've not been there. I'm not there yet, but on Facebook I see there's a little bit less than 100 viewers. On YouTube, almost 150 people watching. I don't know about Leta. Let's wait for calls. Let's wait for calls. This is open mic. You can, I don't know how to say this better, but you can tell these gentlemen also things which these gentlemen would not like. But once again, I will say, just be polite. And there's one question. Are you going to fix a road Roja Valdemar Pils? Are you going to fix this road? Finally, meaning. So, P126 is the road, one of these sections which I showed in my presentation. The project is ready. It is administratively territorial reform road section, and there the ATR funding was not given to that, and definitely it is as important as P9, P30. I can also mention as one of the most important. We are going to try to reconstruct the road as it is designed. It is a very difficult building project, expensive, and I think it is destroyed already, meaning if we do not find the funding for full reconstruction, then this is going to be the section where we will introduce maybe renewal, but it's not going to be as smooth as a table, and several problems can occur. However, the driving comfort will significantly improve for people. I'd say within 2 years, I think you said 2 years. I say yes, 2 years. Okay, then maybe, okay, it will be done at some point. Yeah. As Daugavpils Road also. I mean, Daugavpils and Latgale region, our viewers from there, they are asking this every time I've been there. But all I can tell them, I will not be able to go to them, to Latgale, until I have these news. But fortunately, we are starting work. Now, I will once again remind you that our number is 254-99533. You can call and talk to them in real time. Don't you plan renewal and make more topical the road traffic organization during the construction works? Because since, there's a 421 rules of the Cabinet of Ministers. 16 years have passed since the last wording. Well, maybe not so much has changed during these 16 years for us to believe that we need to significantly change these rules. They are good, they are working, but if you have a particular recommendation, if you believe something needs to be changed, then we are also open for that. I think too often we do in certain situations hide behind formal rules, because it's not going to be the rules to solve real situations in life and in work. So that is why there are engineers of road traffic organization. Well, there are rational solutions. The rules of the Cabinet of Ministers or the laws do not change or do not solve any situations. We would then have to introduce the law how to live good, and we will all live well ever after. Okay, in summer, is there going to be increased speed limit? Yes, in the vicinity of Riga. Since on the 4-lane roads that we have, that is Ķekava bypass, Jūrmala highway, Vidzeme, Jelgava, I think. These directions, if any else I have forgotten, then there will be 100, 110, and 120 speed limits will be introduced for summer season. There are roads, I mean, there are heavy trucks, there is like the heavy vehicles that are being too heavy driving on the roads. We are victims of this situation because the gravel roads most probably are those which where people see most that has been compacted road, graded road, but then just overloaded vehicle drives there. People are the ones to see it. They draw attention to that. And yes, we need to work with the police. And it's not easy. And we have to talk about it more, and that is the step to go forward. Finally, we have a call.
Labdien.
Hello. We hear you.
Yeah.
And what is your name and what is your question?
Oskars man sauc.
My name's Oskars.
Man ir sasāpējuši tādi 2 jautājumi.
I have one question.
Pirmais jautājums par Ķekavas apceļu.
About Ķekava
Ja nemaldos, 21. gadā satiksmes
painful question. So in 2021, hello?
Jā, satiksmes ministrs vienā no webināriem minēja, ka tā plānotā A7 attīstība ir balstīta uz to, ka viņš būs kā Ātrgaitas šoseja. Minēja pat ātrumu, vidējo ātrumu 130 km/h. Tad ir jautājums, kāpēc Ķekavas apceļš tika būvēts un plānots ar pudeles kaklu, ja braucot Baltikas virzienā no uzpildes stācijas Virši līdz Rīgas apceļam. Sanāk ir viena josla katrā virzienā, un tālāk aiziet 2 joslas katrā virzienā. Ja tas projekts jau izsenis ir bijis tāds, ka tas būs ātrgaitas ceļš, tas nozīmē, ka plānojas arī noteikti, kad iecels Baltikas apceļš 2 joslas katrā virzienā, tad mēs nonākam pie viena pudeles kakla, un tad atkal ir ātrgaitas šosei.
Okay. We can respond, but...
Pie viena tad nākamā jautājuma. Labi. Jautājums ir tālāk par zemes ceļiem. Man īpaši, teiksim, tas sāpīgs jautājums ir ceļš, kas iet cauri Valli, Taurkalnu, Jaunjelgavam. Tur šobrīd diezgan intensīvi valsts meži izcērt mežus, kā rezultātā tā lielā plūsma ar smagajām mašīnām ir diezgan traka, un kā rezultātā cieši arī pati tā kā ceļa klātne. Kāpēc, teiksim, vai nebūtu labāk tā, ka nevis uzņemties valsts ceļiem šo klātnes atjaunošanu, bet tieši valsts mežiem atjaunot to klātni, jo tas pats ceļa sagums ir vienkārši drausmīgā kvalitātē. Tas tā kā viss par to, jā.
That was what I wanted to ask. Okay, let's start with the speed sections on the road, which is Via Baltic, I think, there.
Yeah.
Said. Okay, I will try to answer.
Paldies, Oskar.
Yes, I'll try to respond. Thank you, Oskars, for 2 very on-the-spot topics, very relevant for the society in general. First, about the Ķekava Ring Road. Indeed, we have to be aware that Ķekava Ring Road project initially effect on the environment, and the research started to be done in 2006-2008. At that time, there was a different understanding on the things that we discuss now. There were no idea that Via Baltica segment of A4 will continue parallelly to the Rail Baltica rail. So this can lose big part of the transit traffic that hasn't realized in life. But as this project was done with all the effect on the environment, with a 4-lane road and a 2-lane road, it was realized so that we don't delay the realization of this project. Of course, that segment where there's 1+1 between Riga Ring Road and where it connects to the existing K7, when we will resolve the issues of the Iecava Ring Road, we will have to build extra 2 more lanes. There is enough land acquired. The infrastructure allows it. That's indeed. And looking from today, we are aware that we would straight away build the 4 lanes until the A7. Before we answer the second question from Oskars, maybe related with the same, maybe the answer is already given, but there was one more question about the different road, which was Tīnūžu Koknese. Why it wasn't built straight away with 2 lanes each direction? For the same reason, actually. Hence, we could build 4 lanes, but we wouldn't have enough means to build it. So money is enough, wasn't enough, even though the land was enough, infrastructure was enough, and Tīnūžu Koknese 2 extra lanes would be quite easy to add. So earlier or later, we will have this. A second question from Oskars. With regard to the gravel roads and forest transportation, it's not so important exactly talking about it. Also, it can be in career materials like the wind park building nearby Jelgava, which is quite a relevant topic. It's quite legitimate discussion at the moment, and it has to happen. And the question is how much the rest of the society, of our taxpayers, additionally have to invest just because in one or other location, several operators can do certain business activity. Yes, so far there has been a discussion that the road is for common use and we commonly manage it. However, it's quite clear that it's not a long-term solution. For instance, we have a first example like that with the Rail Baltic case, where there is a discussion about Iecava base and about 2 segments of the road where we can clearly understand that those will be used mostly to transport the construction materials to build Rail Baltica. Hence the management of those roads and keeping them in order as they were so far, we have transferred to Rail Baltica. The same in Jelgava, in Skudra Mūs, there has been built a wind park that the developers should take over, at least partially, this burden of the management of the road there, or reconstruction of the road there. Thank you. Straight away, why on the Iecava Ring Road were not assembled the electronical road signs? A quite specific question, because Iecava Ring Road, when we did the public procurement, we started in 2018, and in 2018 there were no electronic road traffic signs. We were not fully assured how efficient they are. And to be clear enough to divide the risks and responsibility, because we know it's a public-private partnership project, we have to be aware of the risks, and we have to clarify it for sure. Therefore, we made the decision that in scope of that project, we are not putting these changeable road signs, but we will build the infrastructure. When we'll have respective financing, we can put them up. And next question, if that was a public-private partnership, Are there any restrictions afterwards to put those electronic road signs? No, there is no restrictions, but the question is, what are our priorities and what can we afford? I want to remind everyone who watches us, 254-99533, 254-999-533. You can call us directly in real time, live, and talk with those amazing experts from Latvian state roads, head experts, both from their positions and from the competences point of view, and you can ask them any questions which feel very relevant for you. So the only caller so far was Oscars, but there are a lot of questions about the certain road segments in the chat, and you probably will figure out regional road Tukums, Ķesterciems, Mēsraks, Kolka, P131 on the segment Kaltene. Do you seriously believe where the road Talsi-Roja, which gets worse and worse? Here would be my response. We are always balancing on that narrow border on the time where we need to restore the asphalt right now, because in a year it would be more expensive. In this Ķesterciems segment, the restoration has to be done right now, and there are European funds invested, so this segment works longer. If we compare those two projects, then these expenses are the question, because restoration of the asphalt is cheaper than the reconstruction, which the CEO mentioned. If we compare those two, by the way, the Kaltene-Roja, tomorrow our technical director will give us a presentation on what are the new technologies we will use, and if I'm not mistaken, the comparison is 1 to 10. With Tukums Talsi. Thank you. Then there is one illustrated, and we have a call. Hello, we hear you. Hello. My name is Uldis. I'm the road engineer, retired. Still driving the car on the gravel roads where I prefer driving better than on A9. I have observed that the road managers, maintenance providers, they have the road quality certainly has improved, but what I am quite surprised about, that the ditches, if we talk, they have cleaned 180 kilometer ditches. Then the specification of new ABS specifications in the cars, there are certain parameters how the gravel has to look like. What I see in the nature, it doesn't respond to these requirements of the ditch. So if it's just cutting off the green, my objection is maybe not relevant, but at the same time, Mr. Salberiņš, I expressed myself in Russian language about the quality of the roads before the planned road quality. I was telling a very rude use of Russian, but when you talk about water drainage, how did you manage to work for these drainage channels? They have fully grown. They don't operate. And what the road maintenance is, how to resolve this? Because, of course, we can pick up the trash on the roadside and clean the roadside rubbish bins. But there is a lot to do, and more to pay attention to this kind of things, so that the maintenance works are not piling up so quickly. Thank you, Uldis. So we can say to Mr. Alberiņš. So we can tell him in Russian, how did you come as far? So Mr. Alburn is turning to the colleague. Why, if seriously spoken, Juris could answer more directly why the maintenance funds are directed in this way, but they are not sufficient for that. But of course, the maintenance work planning colleagues, when they see that this part of the road is planned for restoring, the priority is is lower than the comparison with other segments. Then they might, it might not be clean before the reconstruction. Any comments extra, Juris? Yes, the first part of the question about these ditches and the overgrowth of the ditches, I want to divide it in two parts. One part is this take away these overgrowth, and second is drainage pathways. In daily maintenance, indeed, we don't create anything new. We just restore the previously existing ditches. And if we talk about the drainages, so Juris, what you say, if the ditch was previously not responding to the current specification, we just restore it as it was. We don't recreate it according to the new specification. Exactly. With regard to the drainages, these works or absence of these works is quite high. We are aware of this, but honestly, the financing accessible for we work in a fire extinguisher regime. Where there is an issue, there we work. There we clean the drainages. To clean all the drainages in 1 or 2 years, it's impossible. Thank you. I hope that the questions from all this have been answered. There are 2 questions are referring to possibility of getting in touch with Latvian state roads. Hello, I need a consultation about the access road building. Can I just go to your office, or should I make an appointment in advance? And second, we want to put a fence along the roadside, on the state roadside, and Bauska construction supervision office sent to us to you. So we want to build a fence and a green fence. How should we coordinate with you? These both questions are in my responsibility. If we talk about a new access road building or to access to our road, we invite you to call me to the department, or even more, even better, and constructive discussion would be if you would send email in advance to mention the property, the location, and then our specialists could, an expert could clarify these issues with you. With regard to Bauska situation, indeed, the building of a fence along the straight roads is allowed 5 meters from our border, but we have to understand that the construction supervision office, why they send to us, is just the fence. There's something more in the theory than it's a construction process. But if it's just a fence, it would be great to send to state roads this application, express their need, and coordinate it with us. Yes, they even show the number of the cadastre number. They mentioned that they want a fence and a green fence, and plan the green fence. Yes, probably you can prepare this email, and we will fix the distances. Minimum is 0.5 meters from the border of the property. Nobody is calling us now? Okay, hi. Whom should I ask about the bicycle path in Valmiera Branguļa? There are a lot of stones, and for the roller skaters, it's quite traumatic. Who is responsible? Again, it's me. And to support this part of the state roads, we are aware of this issue, and in the nearest period, we are getting ready to clean it. But we still do understand that it's still a winter season, and last weekend showed that the weather conditions are more like winter. Therefore, we are planning a stage when to do which maintenance works. There is a call to us. Thank you. Hello. We hear us. Hello. My name is Aldis. My question is, in one of the questions we touched about the gravel roads and Latvian state forests. My question is about the Latvian state forests. Latvian state forests they are our biggest export industry. And what do we talk about? We talk about the damage of the roads incurred by them. Latvian state roads regularly, but have granted the permission to go on all the roads with a higher load of cargo, which is different from the regular restriction. Why do we, if we know it's our main export industry and that those are regular transportations, why didn't we make the design of the roads with a bigger, with a stronger support? Well, those gravel roads are mostly created in the Soviet times. Hence, neither the transport had such a cargo load. So the gravel roads we hardly build now. Yes, but new asphalt roads we don't build with a higher ability of the to handle the cargo. Well, we have to consider that the decision has been made a long time ago, and we know that these increased cargoes are only for the number of wheels is increased. Therefore, there are some recommendations regarding the effect on the road cover, on the asphalt and or gravel. And this any transport cannot just have a heavier cargo on it. Thank you. Anything else, Yanis? It looks like the person has disconnected already. Eileen asks, when you will finally get the road, which is catastrophic, Priekula-Grams, the Lithuanian border? It's been postponed so many times. Similar question like Valgala-Roja. This is one of those roads which is in really a bad condition. It's almost it has almost fallen apart, and the financing we don't really have it for it. And if I would need to choose, I would prefer Valgala-Roja. The intensity there is higher. Now we have a question with angry emojis. And the question is also quite reflecting this emoji. Now, P69, Skrudeliana-Saliena, horrible state of the road. Every year you are just promising. So, yes, the response will be exactly the same. It's one more segment that was in my presentation. That's one of the segments where we didn't get the financing yet. If we are on such a wave, let's go on. Please tell us when will you renovate the remaining segment V1222 Nīca-Otaņģi-Grobiņa. That's a very little segment, but it's so disturbing. Answer is this year. I do hope we really made someone somewhat more happy. Dear friends, the phone number doesn't change. 254-99533. 254-99533. You can call from anywhere on this planet. You can call to the annual conference of Latvian State Roads free mic. We have our 5 top experts, and they are ready to respond. What else do I have here from the in the question box? Yeah, okay. This one is nice. What should I do to reduce dust on the road along my side of my road? How to get through? I understand that there has to be used some special. Yes, we do this kind of maintenance with removing the road dust, but we have to admit that not in all cases there are more requests than we can do. Hence, you have to write an application to Latvia State Roads. We accept them for knowledge, and in cases where we have some reconstructions or we do the asphalt, but unfortunately the financing is not enough to fulfill all requests. No, the person sounds like ready to do himself. Yes, but this kind of questions also we receive, and it's not like all people ask some activity from other society. Indeed, there are requests that people can coordinate their activity by themselves. Well, there is a small house, and they will do it by themselves, and we coordinated that the person does it himself on this small piece of the road. Yes, it would be advisable to coordinate with us. The call most likely is as a reference to the summer-winter maintenance work difference. What kind of summer maintenance? So the money you saved in winter, will you use it for more other summer works? We will not de-dust so much. We will more to clean the ditches, more clean the overgrowth, and do more the works that haven't been done for years or even decades, and particularly in the network of the gravel roads. We have a call to our studio. Hello. Hello. We hear you. Both a question and evaluation and an opinion. Andris, the road builder. And the sound. Please go on. Please, we hear you. I'm a road construction engineer. Andris, you need to talk not in a computer, but in a phone. If you talk in the computer, it's a time delay. Please switch off the computer sound or tablet and speak with us in a telephone, please. Yes, now I speak in a phone. That's great. Your question. It was a pleasure to hear today's topics about the future developments of construction. We still think about the future, even though we are quite pessimistic now. And I have a more like a suggestion how to save funds for reconstructing the road. I'm working in the construction industry for ages, but a lot of expenses are the bush cutting, the cable relocation. Particularly painful it is to watch that those segments of the road reconstructed in the last 5-10 years, they are overgrown with bushes. And when you will need to restore the asphalt, then you will need investment money to cut the overgrowth. All the cable owners, they have pulled these cables into the road zone. If they are state companies, then from the state point, just like the state forest participation being discussed, if those are the private companies, they should be be part of this cable relocation work. And there was a comment about road most mentioned. There, along the both sides, there is a cable placement that takes place because this road, which is Roja, Valgale. Thank you for having my opinion, and I hope something from that will be considered in a practical work. Thank you for your call. Gentlemen, any comments? Indeed, that's as our caller mentioned, in the state property companies about the communication cables like the TV or data cables. We just concluded also with the electric infrastructure company, if they are digging in their cables in the road infrastructure, when there is necessary to reconstruct the road, they pay the expenses for relocating those cables if it's necessary. Thank you. But of course, talking about the different type of cables, both electricity and low current, in Valgale-Roja case, it's significant part of extension of the electric capacity in Roja, and it's a strategic project which is fulfilled by the state electrical infrastructure. And the electricity has the same strategical importance as the quality of the road. And we have as much space as we do have. But reconstruction shouldn't be just from the funding of Latvian state roads. And there is money from the maintenance or investments. It's the same budget program. Thank you. We have a call. Yes, please talk. Hello. Once more, Uldis. Okay. What's on my heart? When I was still working, I faced such thing as there is a technology. Double maintenance of the surface. But by definition, at least it used to be like that. The gravel cover de-dusting, and it's not about the black surface constructing, and it doesn't need the technical project. What is and there are such projects at 5-10 centimeters, the gravel mixture level depth, and probably part of the customers they give information about the black surface to Latvian state roads, and there shouldn't be the same guarantees as for the black surface. Even though state roads have sometimes put this black cover on the unbound gravel surface. So this double work on the gravel de-dusting. Thank you for the call. I slightly confused about, probably that was more like a comment. Uldis has right. Please, I asked for the comment. Mr. Lazdovskis says, yes, you are right, it happens. We can only agree with Uldis, indeed. Those double works on gravel surface, it's not a reconstruction. It doesn't give any increase of the load capacity. And indeed, people are very satisfied when we do this kind of works. and the traffic on the traffic roads that dedusted gravel road is better, and people are very grateful for those works. If the gravel works are done in this way. And also expenses are much lower, so we can do much more. And the result is, at least in some way, is more compatible. Okay, let's hope this comment has been responded. If I call to the state road 24/7 call phone number, and mention that it has to be leveled, the gravel road, in how much time it will take to do this. This information has transferred to the responsible department, and the engineers evaluate by the essence whether this complaint is substantiated or not. Of course, we plan to do it ASAP, but as I previously mentioned in my presentation, it's significant in what condition is this gravel cover, because in both cases the result will not be sufficient. It will be a short-term result. Thank you. In Sēlija region, where there will be asphalt from Lithuanian border to Aknīste, because there is an asphalt on Lithuania side, and there is a contrast. Yes, there is a work in progress, and there is a strategic view of the ministry, which are in priority. Previously, this bit of the road, like P114, was absent, but now, as a result, this segment has been included in a strategic project, but there is a question about the capacity of our investments and the gravel asphalt for the gravel roads. It's quite an expensive project in comparison with our capabilities. When we will receive this financing, we are aware of the necessity of. We don't not just keep it in mind. We include in this and the previously mentioned bit of road of the Ilmāle-Škodas segment. We included in a strategy that needs to be done. But then one more bit of the road I will mention. No. Those I already mentioned, all these bits of the road. Also needs Oķeļņa-Grobiņa. But this one hasn't been mentioned. When finally there will be asphalts on Kangaru Hills. You mention, you promise, but don't do anything. This part of the road, where the development of this road should be written described in a book. I think there have been 3-4 attempts from 2006 to finalize effect on the environment, because it's protected territory. And there is a dune, a protected dune, and by third attempt we successfully made this evaluation on the impact of an environment. We have created a construction project, and this January or February, finally, it was coordinated, this construction project. So solution is ready, and this goes in a queue with 114, with 126, with P69. So when we will get the financing, that we will fulfill. Of course, it's according to the strategy, and that bid has to be done. What is average speed limit regulations, measurements in Latvia? What's a timeline for implementing this regulation? The average speed control was started in 2023, Those were first 17 segments, and now 15 more in the plan. But unfortunately, have not more detailed information. But I can add from my side. Now, this year we plan to add an extra 16 or 17. I don't remember it by heart. Next 16 by 17 or 17 will be this year. So altogether, there will be 33 segments, and our plan is to achieve at least 50. Okay. Okay, great. When do you just started those average speed radar from 2023? People were quite frustrated. And what you were frustrated about? Because I also sometimes drive with 95, honestly admitting it. And now there will be a lot of fines. And then my colleagues who are from technical experts who drive around a lot, he said, calm down. If you will drive with 95, nothing will be. If you will drive at 97, don't go over 100 where there is 90. Sometimes if it's 100, nobody will send you a fine. Honestly, is it truth? Okay, that wasn't the question. What do you want to ask me? How much you can overdo the speed limit? Can I drive with 97 when there is 90 allowed? If there will be 97, the road traffic regulations are equal for all participants. What is the tolerance from where we apply? We don't know because it's a competence of the road police. Our responsibility is infrastructure so that these systems are operating, and the fines are not in our competence. But anyway, I haven't heard any case when somebody would be punished for 93 kilometers per hour. And there can be probably the probable error calculated. Thank you. We still have a little time. You can make a call in a real time right now and talk to the chief experts of state roads. What other questions do I have? P80, it's very straight, easy to overlook. Why do accidents happen there? Maybe this road is too straightforward. It's tīnuži koknes, isn't it?
That's a good question, actually, because one might think, it's very convenient when you drive, it's very comfortable, really no residential areas, no crossroads to worry about. You need some little bit of worry, right? Actually, this road was first dual carriageway. All the parameters were for it to be like one, but unfortunately, this is a new construction in one place where actually for the first 2 years, and its statistics, it shows that the accidents increased, the number of accidents there increased, and then after 2-3 years, everything settles. And this was the data we saw, really, that until people get used to the environment and how to use it all, and only then the accidents can reduce. But this first perception, I remember when it was presented as if it is a high-speed road, but actually it's not. You should be capable of using it, and people also didn't expect that so many heavy trucks are going to use it. And in order to overtake a truck, well, you still need some skill. And this class road, I think it was the first one like that constructed. Yes, indeed. This road is, I think it's in a good way. It's straight. Visibility there is good, but yes, indeed, boring. Not going through any residential areas, and I think there were also these first rumble strips, and we had the risk of people falling asleep. Yes, it actually helped. Yes, during the last years, the situation has improved. There are speed cameras, and the situation then there becomes better. Because I oftentimes drive on that road there next to Jēkabpils is my like countryside where I can get. And then the question is, this is one of the roads which I use. In Kurzemes, so in so many places they cleared from bushes the slopes or the roadsides. Are they going to do it every year like that? Last year, this winter was also very good. Financially, we could afford that. So we'll try to maintain these areas as we have now, what we've done now, mowed and cleared it. Visibility is one of the aspects. There are bends. It does affect the security. This was our attention was drawn to that by the experts of road traffic safety, and we are going to try to do it as regularly as possible. And now specifically there was such an opportunity, and in Kurzem I was driving, and I made sure myself that part of the money that we saved in winter we actually directed towards this specifically. And so I believe this is going to be the last question here during this open mic session. The official time is over for us now. But I hope that this is going to be a quick response. Then if there's going to be a construction project, when in Inčukalns they're going to have the cycling path? Oh, it's a question to the municipality. Because Inčukalns, Sigulda, it's not our plans. It could be municipality. It could be the municipality. Yeah, their responsibility. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's usually the next year after this project. Okay. Nice. Gentlemen, thank you for participation in this open mic. Thank you a lot. Express gratitude to those who have called, and sorry for the line being busy whenever you called if you didn't manage to ask your questions. But tomorrow there's going to be from 11:30 to 12:30 approximately. There's going to be an open mic tomorrow too. But then I'm telling thank you everyone, and Mr. Lazdovskis though stays, the only one to stay for one more question. Gentlemen, you can return to your places, return to the audience, let us applaud, but I will ask for here to us Edmunds Ozolnieks from Droša braukšanas skola, DBS, and also a colleague from Via Lietuva Investment Group head Martinas Gediminskas. It is the conclusion of day one. Day is more or less has been devoted devoted to the road traffic safety from various perspectives. We looked at it, and if I may ask, gentlemen, maybe in 2 or 3 sentences, some conclusions, some maybe main theses, some main conclusions you have obtained for like take-home messages, so to say, from what we've heard today. I'm thus asking now Mr. Ozolnieks. Thank you. Sorry, it's not. As little money as we might have, the Latvia state roads are doing whatever they can, taking also good practice examples from neighboring countries. Neighboring countries are taking good practice examples from us. And as we see that, this would overall be that in the future we would see a better result. Currently, and this is secondary, but tomorrow nothing is going to change globally. We only know that the first changes are expected on the 15th of April when we are introducing a higher speed limits on certain sections of the roads. But in short term, this is not going to be. We are looking at long-term solutions, those solutions that can bring us better solutions for the future in general. The same, for example, Ring Road of Riga in 4 lanes on that.
About today, and take-home message?
Yeah, so safety is the first, and we all together agree about that, and there were lots of good discussions on that, and we all understand that all infrastructure must to be in good condition. What we should do, so just to monitor situation, to monitor accidents, to do investigations together with police and other institutions, and to find out why that accident happened, and to try to solve all this problem, to develop or to build to implement some systems, some signs, or some other infrastructure figures, just to make it safer. And I think that we are doing something good, because we saw that in the last some years, fatalities and accidents in our roads are getting less and less. And of course, it's not only build new infrastructure, but another thing is really important, just to pay more attention for maintenance, daily maintenance for infrastructure, just to protect it, and to be sure that it will her life it will stay longer.
Thank you. Ačiū. Paldies liels. Lazdovskis kungs, jūs īsais dienas kopsavilkums.
Mr. Lazdovskis, then. I don't know if it's going to be brief, but we have talked a lot about road traffic safety. And we are all aware of that. There is not one single answer that is the only correct one. We have indeed discussed what can be done, what is being done by road administrations in other countries. We have concluded that there are things we are doing correctly. I liked, for example, Estonian examples, like bad examples. We're talking about the red mopeds. But personally, to me, I feel like, and I liked the presentation of Mr. Austers about our psychological portrait. Because I think that lately, in our society, too often we do like to blame someone else. As if there's someone else always to be blamed for certain situations. I think that we should look in the mirror more often and think what I can do differently, how I can behave on the road differently, both as a road user or as a pedestrian. But I think that the most, the biggest highlight of today's conference, not only for me, I think, or hope, was the presentation of Mārtiņš. With colleagues from Estonia, we can actually be envious towards the colleagues in Estonia, looking at, seeing what is the approach of also our Lithuanian colleagues. Often, we are said, your ambitions are too high. The 2040 strategy, I remember that. But at the same time, they said the ambitions were too high, but I think we should blame sometimes that our ambitions are too low. I would rather live with big ambitions and we only realize part of it, rather than without ambitions, and then we do not obtain and succeed at anything. It is clear, the road constructors are not the ones who need roads. Roads are used by people, the society, and the farther we go away from Riga, the more topical that is to those people, especially in rural areas and regions. We see ourselves how many questions actually occur regarding the gravel roads, because for those people, that is their life. 5, 10, 20 last kilometers until their home, that is what they then feel is roads in general. They personify. It's like thousands of people on the roads. We are one of 30,000 users of that good road. But my road for those people is their road, the road that leads to that place which is particularly important to those people. I think that this is the perspective we should think through. Healthy ambition. We should be able to make decisions that would not be popular among part of the population and not perceived that well. Maybe we didn't touch upon much, but Mārtiņ's presentation, 200 million e-tolling. What does that mean? It means that road users, heavy transport, we are currently paying, for example, they are paying for day, month, year. We are going to substitute that and pay for the kilometers. I'm talking about the cargo transportation, not about passenger vehicles. So, yes, each transportation, each drive for the trucks is going to become more expensive, and unpopular decisions, sometimes very difficult to be taken, but so necessary if we really want to obtain a sustainable funding for our road infrastructure. And that is why I will use the presentation of my Lithuanian colleague, and I will share it with so many decision makers. This does show both these numbers and what the Lithuanian colleagues did with realization of big projects. We, too, as Latvians, benefit. We get to Kaunas, and from Kaunas then the 4 lanes, and we can go to Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, or Rome. It is important. And the last, then I see there were questions, but personally I would like to just highlight what the colleagues from Sweden showed about NIRA dynamics. We did talk about it, and it is correct. We need to think as road administrations, we need to think about how we work efficiently, how we can use the technologies which are there somewhere available to optimize our work. It is topical to us now, reduction of bureaucracy, increasing of efficiency, and that is one of the solutions. Not spending the resources of our engineers, which we could then exploit somewhere else more efficiently, not burn the kilometers and be driving around on fuel or electricity regardless, but use these technologies, these solutions for our more efficient work. That is, once again, one more perspective we need to be talking about, and more often. We did compare also, and engineers are visually surveying the roads, 99%. It corresponds, the results corresponds with the coefficients that we receive from NIRA dynamics. Meaning, well, let us judge, which is the efficiency and how we use our human resources. It is significant, I'd say. And I'm sorry that wasn't a short conclusion, but these were my conclusions from today's conference. Yes, we did want to show the numbers, also what we see for 2026 and 2027, to provoke the discussion, what we are doing for the road network to improve. Thank you. I don't know. I wasn't aware that I am allowed to say so, but I'm probably allowed to say that, yes, the Lithuanian colleague presentation was something that left the most impact on me. And sometimes, I say also to people to tease them, to say, if you have to do something, you have to do something correctly, and for that to really work, go to Estonia and see how it's done. But, it's been like that, and this saying is actually correct. It's been a proof. But now let's correct it a little bit, and in roads, let's say that it's Lithuanians. If you want to, in road industry, to do something correctly, then go to Lithuania and see how it's done. Thank you to all the audience who has been present with us, dear friends online, and those who took care for this all to work. This has been the first day, day one of the conference of Latvia State Roads. Tomorrow we're going to continue, and it is going to continue also as a broadcast on Facebook, on the webpage Latvijas Valsts Ceļi, and on YouTube and in Leta, with interpretation in English, with open mic from 11:30 and 12:30, so 1 hour. Open mic, but tomorrow we're going to talk about technological solutions, methods, materials, approaches, principles. I promise you it is going to be interesting. But I hereby announce the broadcast and the event closed for today. Let us meet tomorrow.